All right, welcome back to Gaiul or Rackentha. It is now customary to say the name. It's 53 now.
Yay!
I was watching a video of someone whose opinions I enjoy talking about TTRPGs, and they were just like, we just got done with a stonking 16-session campaign of Wild Sea, and I was just like, oh no. Even our Lancer, or not Lancer yet, Firefly and Vampire, I think, made it to 30. They're at least 20. I don't remember how long those were.
Firefly was pretty short.
Yeah.
Firefly was not that long.
It might have been like 13 or something.
All right.
I think it was.
Good
I
to
think
know,
it was significantly shorter than 20 potentially.
Gotta look that up another time. That was a fun system. Anywho, it's been a minute.
All of our campaign. Well, I've put Firefly and this one and Vampire in a playlist on my own channel. That way, I don't have to go swimming through all of the videos under your channel.
Reasonable.
No offense.
No, reasonable. It's a mess. It's not for public consumption.
There's also
and I'm pretty sure it's like 13 or 14.
Gotcha.
For Firefly. But anyways.
Noted. Lot happened last session. Previously, the session before last session, we arrived in Brodor, hung out in, I immediately forgot the name of the town. Salamir. And talked to some of the locals before heading up to the plateau last session on a long hike. And approached Zaraj and a number of pilgrims who also came to visit the stone tree at the top of the Salamir Plateau. If anyone would like to tell me, because this is the kind of area of the campaign we are getting into, stuff that happened last time, anyone who wants to help fill in last session, go ahead and get an inspiration for doing so. So, after arriving at the plateau, what happened?
We talked to Zaraj, and in the middle of that conversation, there was a lady standing next to him. Yeah. There was both Cybella, but it was also Zafara. Zafara Shade transformed into actual Zafara Shade instead of being just some person. Mind controlled Zaraj, and all three of us, or all three of them, Cybella, Zaraj, and Zuzar. Huh? There's too many Z names. I'm sorry.
We had the same problem last time.
Zaran, Zaraj, and Zafara Shade.
And Zaraj.
And Zerga.
Yes.
And Zerga.
Zerga was also there. So we had a scuffle. We killed Cybella, ? But it wasn't actually a Cybella. It was a straw doll. And Zafara Shade was the same thing. So they are still out there somewhere. We had further conversations with Siraj, but I forget the specifics.
Siraj has a problem with dragons because dragons destroyed Dragon just burned down Salamir, as we can see right here with all the dead trees that are probably kind of like charcoalish,
a little crispy.
More than anything.
Yeah.
Well, the trees. There was also a nice little, I think it was a painter guy named Demetrios, who Hasan talked to briefly, who was, I guess, or not painting, but sketching, creating visual representations of the place. But he ran off when the Big Bangs happened.
When shit got real?
Yeah, when shit got real. Toshi hid for the whole entire fight. His song got bodied by several arrows. Then we hidden the lamp, did a short rest. Zaraj was not in on the whole dragon thing. On the whole,
Right,
he
we
worked
were-
for a dragon thing.
Letting him know the truth about Dvorak.
Although we did tell him the various encounters with his former group mates and their fates as well. I believe we told him.
You
that.
told him about it.
Yeah, and then eventually conversation went to conversation, and we learned about the Hunter's Archive, which was just conveniently north of here. So, and then he entered secret little key. They did a little secret keyhole thing, and now it's open, and now we can descend. And Hassan's excited. That's my memory.
Hell yeah. Anything we missed? That was about it. Zoran has been practicing archery.
Oh yeah.
At least a little bit.
That
Attempting.
was the bulk of it.
All
Didn't
right.
do very well with it in the fight, if I recall.
Not a single shot landed.
It is how it goes.
Which is one. Which is one shot, because they can only hit once in a turn.
We gotta get that thing to fucking Han right now.
Well, in the meantime, Zaraj has led you into the ruins, down to the basement, through a false wall, and into what he knows as the Hunter's Archive. So let's go ahead and swap boards.
Board.
New board.
Guides you down these like carved stone steps. As soon as you pass through the wall, you can tell that it's immediately significantly more ancient than the remainder of just the rest of the area in general. It seems that the ruin built atop it is at least a newer construction than the walls beneath it, or maybe was built to appear as such. As you all head into here. Give me 1 second to drop y'all's minis in here. To deep carved stone steps that first leads into a small roundish antechamber scattered with a bit of debris from the ruins above that's fallen over time.
Now,
Shmina.
you're talking about carved stone. Is this at all similar to the, I guess, stonework of the Spire of Mox?
It seems very similar, in fact.
Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Hey, son.
Oh, I would have even made that connection. Oh.
Zaraj. Is that all you?
Yeah, I was just
I think
having
that's
the
all of
thought. I was just having the thought that the last place that we were, that was underground. Oh no, the monastery. The monastery had like these. It wasn't like carved stone. It was like it was magically erected or something, right? Or am I forgetting?
The monastery, the underneath, very much so.
Is this the same as that, which is the same as the Tower of Mox?
No, that is distinct as far as the stone. The stonework underneath the monastery was partially unique because it was a pseudo passage into another dimension, effectively, because it was leading down to a border of the river Styx.
Right. Okay.
This looks to be it's still stone, it's still stonework, but it seems to have been like magically hewn. Sides a little bit smoother than tools, things fitting with very exact dimensions, etc., etc. But you find yourselves first in this small antechamber. Seems to be some light patterns carved on the floor. And then further steps downward, facing the facade of a building inside this kind of cavernous expanse underneath the ground.
Hassan, who just seems particularly giddy, like he's tapping his little talons, and he just looks at Toshi and said, I told you, let it stand. Let's stand that, the closer we are to danger, the closer we are, as you can see, to everything, to the more valuable repositories of knowledge.
I'll be proven wrong when you find something useful.
I know I'm going to find things useful. If it's anything like the last one, I'm going to find things useful. Zerash, there are not any hostile entities here that you know of?
Oh, not that I'm aware of. You might find some moths and such, maybe some small creatures, but nothing worries. Maybe don't get bit by any spiders.
Well, it's
but
obvious no one is.
Nothing that's a major threat as far as I'm aware of. The books seem to kind of maintain themselves.
Oh.
Spiders are no threat to us. We are the slayers of spiders. We have won. We are victorious in the spider war.
We are very experienced with extermination. With extermination.
All right. Well, I'll leave it to you then. The experts, clearly.
Yes. Also,
hey, my services don't come for free.
I'm not asking you to. Let's just keep going.
As folks are making their way down, Pesmina very pointedly keeps trying to make eye contact with you, Zeron.
Okay. It's... Please, go ahead.
Oversending. To only to you. She asks, how are you after all that?
I'm all right. Yes, that sucked. I'm not going to beat around the bush with that. More than anything, I'm disappointed. And I think that hurts most of all. But I will be okay. I promise.
They're getting... They're being more subtle than I thought they might. I kind of meant to maybe suggest this earlier, but I just wasn't sure what kind of tactics someone like her might use to get close to you. If any of us were to approach you in a way that seemed unusual, you should have a way of making sure that it's not them playing tricks, you know?
Like a code word?
Something like that, or having a question in mind, something that only you and I, or you or the others would know. I didn't want to say all of this out loud, because what if... Well, what if?
This isn't something I would have liked to consider, but you bring up a good point. I'll think of something. At the very least, we have sending stones that work with one another. they do not,
True.
could use that. Just to make sure. The fact that it had to come to this is... No. We have more important things to do right now. I will voice my frustrations later. Thank you for checking in on me.
Of course.
And to accentuate this, he reaches out and just kind of like takes her hand gently and just like rubs his thumb over like the back of her hand.
She looks a little grateful at the gesture, but also a little. She's a little crestfallen too. That is clearly not satisfied with the situation as is. I hate the idea of I can't put it past her, but the thought of possibly being used against you is the fact that she might sow seeds of distrust between us. That's tough. But you're right that we can discuss more later.
We have plenty of time for that later. I doubt that they're going to be quick to come on back. Especially not down here.
Fingers crossed.
Come, after you. And just holds her hand on the way down.
Ready to rejoin the rest?
As you step down into the archive proper, you see the lower floor full of shelves of books and tomes and scrolls and parchment, and then you look past those shelves and past those shelves, and you see it just stretch far and far and far into the distance.
How does this compare to the Thronian library?
Considering you literally cannot see the end of it, probably bigger. It's a little hard to tell from here. From the walkways above, uncluttered by the all the individual tomes and such below, you can actually see that it appears that this enormous column of library seems to have a little bit of a curvature to it. Kind of like if you've ever been on a train where multiple cars are connected, like looking to the back of it as it turns, and just like this hallway that curves off until you can't see it anymore.
Quite long.
I thought you were about to say that, yeah, we could see the curvature of Gaiul, but...
Left to right curvature, not up and down curvature.
Yeah. Alright. Aeson's gonna walk up to... is going to, shoot Toshi a little psychic message saying, just like home. And walk up to the nearest bookshelf.
For sure. Zaraj will follow closely behind you, and with so what are you looking at specifically? I can't say we can find anything quick, but things are, well, I can't say that they're well organized, but things are organized by topic. The knowledge here, as far as I'm aware, as far as I was taught, contains journals, texts, documents, observations, drawings, etc. on any creature. Just all creatures, as far as I'm aware of. Creatures, factions, peoples, countries, kings, notable beings, gods.
Pirates?
Yeah, probably, I would assume, if they're worth writing about. And it's, I don't think anything's been published, been new here for a very long time. And I can't say it's always particularly well organized, but, I know there of a few sections specifically that I can find out, but unfortunately I don't have a complete understanding of the archive itself.
Then you should. Can Hassan look over the briefly to try and? How long would it take Hassan to try and suss out the organizational format of this archive, if there is any?
Even how about take a moment to like start paging, like just even walking down aisles, scanning spines, looking at just like trying to get a sense of the situation as it is. Go ahead, roll investigation for me, just to like even see how hard figuring out that organization system would be.
Okay.
We're looking at like DC's 10, 15, 20 for this.
That's a 24.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
No, wait, is that 24? Sorry, let me see if that's a 24 or 25 really quick. Sorry.
You're good.
Because I keep forgetting when our proficiency bonuses increase. No, that's a 24.
Awesome. So,
Absolute madman.
topic is the easiest and simplest way that this was organized. Unfortunately, topic seems to be deeply broad. The sense you get from this is that despite its size, despite its enormity, and you see a lot of similar facets of what was back at Ashur's Tower, which is clearly that there were a lot of hands here, like Ignis acolytes or students or otherwise arcane persons. But fundamentally, the organizational style of this library is that of a personal collection. Meaning that it was organized by topic, and those topics were determined by the whim of a singular individual. So, whether or not something is going to be where you think it should be is subjective and would kind of require knowing the individual who organized it as much as having a good sense for organization. The topic most immediately close to the door is fish. And as you keep walking from this entrance, fish goes on for a while. There is, I'm going to say, 7-8 rows of shelves that are like just aquatic animals.
It's quite a lot.
And not megafauna, only micro. Like Ignith has decided to organize this section by size as a subtype of aquatic creature. So like the first shelf is like minnows, worms, parasites, and like by the time you've kind of like grokked this organizational like the concept of what this organizational system is, you've made it to like bass, trout, anglerfish.
Slightly larger.
Zarash, do you know who this? Do you know? Is there a name, a plaque anywhere of this archive's founder, or at all? Any sort of record?
Not that I'm aware of. I was brought here by my mentor, and they showed me around. They told me where the sections they paid the most attention to were. It will not surprise you that we have spent a lot of time in the dragon section, and I've basically spent like dragons, wolves and vulpines, like large reptilians associated for the
Let's start with dragons then.
Yeah.
Not to delay any further, but if we're going to be spending any significant amount of time here, does this place include some non-library facilities? Maybe some...
Somewhat. On the upper floor, you'll find the various rooms on the sides. The larger doors lead to private reading rooms. Some of those have extended facilities, places to rest, beds, some like bathrooms, sinks, and stuff like that. Not so much on the food side. The smaller doors, if you go in one end, you'll pop out the other end. So if you walk through the door on the right, you'll come out the door on the left. I think they used it to visit each other when this place was significantly more full of scholarly individuals. And if you walk far enough down the hallway, you'll end up back here.
Huh.
Wait, what?
Forward, through down the stacks. You walk. It's probably I think. I haven't made a full rotation in a long time, but I think it's about 2.5, 3 hours. If you just keep going that way, and then at that point you'll come back to here. Luckily, there are exits wherever. And if you go back up the stair, they just find the nearest staircase and end up back. Then you'll end up back up on the plateau.
What?
If you want to see for yourself, you can take a hike. We're going to be going for a good 10, 20 minutes before we get to dragons.
Whoa.
Okay, Zoran or Hassan, can either of you explain this crazy magic shit to me, or does this actually make any sense? Is that possible?
Let's do a quick... Should I do a quick Arcana check?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Should I?
If you'd like to.
That's a nat 20 into 32.
Excellent. Good to know.
Hold on, I got this. Guys, don't worry. 4.
Hell yeah. I mean, even on a 4, I think Zoran is just this is kind of like your lantern, a little bit. It's fucky. It's space fucky. It's the same. A genie made this. Or at least it's entirely possible. For all you know, you could be inside of a book, and that's what this is. For Hassan, so this is probably a combination of just some pretty deceptive mega infrastructure. So part of this is the fact that this is just an enormous library. The gentle curvature to you suggests that this might legitimately be a full circle underground. That is just enormous. But it's hard to say the extent to which that is true, or the extent to which you are passing through multiple semi or multi-dimensional spaces. And it's probably just a lot of smoke and mirrors teleportation magic. That is hard to identify by sight. I think in this Arcana check, in trying to look around and test this out, you end up walking through one of those doors they mentioned, and popping out on the other side of the hallway, and you feel not nearly to the same extent, but that little lurch in your stomach when you use teleportation circles, you are falling through nothing. Mm-hmm. That happens, but it's barely perceptible. So it seems like a lot of tools to be able to navigate through this space a lot faster. Nat 20 with a up to a 32, you said?
Yes.
Something I think you identify that Zaraj doesn't know about this place, and maybe his mentor also didn't know. Why would you just have to get to the other side of the hallway? There's definitely something about those doors on the upper ends of this that allow you to transmute yourself across sections of the library to be able to more quickly and efficiently navigate than, say, walking for several hours. It was a nat 20. We'll respect that to some extent. You definitely don't know how to manipulate it necessarily, but you notice that there's a little blank slate next to each of those doors that you can be teleported through that looks like you could draw a rune on it before stepping through. And that seems like the activation for how one would more efficiently navigate the space.
Are there any are there any plates with runes displayed around by section?
There is one on the floor you are on right now. It appears to be the draconic rune for fish.
Give me a moment. Well, to answer your question, Loka, you know how Zurga draws a circle every time? A magic circle for teleportation every day?
Yeah.
Well, somebody did that, but 100 times more advanced, 100 times more expensive, and on a much larger scale. Let me see. Does Heisan speaks Draconics? Heisan speaks Draconic.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is archaic Draconic, but that language has not changed too much.
Yeah. Would he be able to draw the rune for just dragon then?
You may.
Yep, he will try drawing the rune for dragon on the plate.
Sure.
And
you kind of see the door seems to accept that.
And if we open it up, he opens it up.
It's just an empty doorway. You could just walk through it.
Well, he walks through it. And
y'all see. So everyone else has from the floor seen Heisan walk in one doorway and out the other side. This time you see him draw the little rune on the tablet next to the door, and he steps inside and then is gone. Heisan, you walk out in seemingly an identical but empty portion of the library. Different books, certainly, rows and rows and rows as before, but no companions.
He will turn back. Is there still another plate, put the rune on?
Next to all the doors.
He will draw the one for fish and walk back through.
After another moment, you all see Heisan walk into the area from the opposite side.
For the absolute complexity that must have gone into this, the interface is actually rather simple, if you know Draconic.
Zeron throws their hands up into the air.
Yeah, maybe we won't be staying here as long as I thought. But regardless, she kind of does the gimme hands for everyone's bags and stuff, and is just I'll get us settled in. I'm sure you don't want to waste any time with that.
We might be down here for maybe a couple days, I would say, depending on how much there is.
A couple days? What are we supposed to eat? Books?
Heisan shrugs. We have rations.
We do have rations. And I mean, the town isn't that far if we really...
If you all want to continue your studies uninterrupted, I would not mind hunting something down, getting us something from the village, etc.
Oh, that would be
wonderful. But I don't think you should go alone, because even though you're super capable, you super did just get mind controlled by a crazy evil witch lady.
This is true.
And so I think one of us should go with you if you go anywhere. I think all of us should go with somebody if any of us go anywhere.
I'm more than amenable to tandem tactics.
Well, then
Also, I don't eat meat.
Forage otherwise. I'll be able to. Not a problem.
Well, then I believe Toshi will be coming with me then.
Toshi has been lost in a book of illustrations of small fish. But puts that down and kind of perks up and flies over to you.
Do you allow Peshmina to take your bag?
Yeah. So we'll give you his bag, but we'll keep a couple things, of course. But I guess his provisions, yeah.
Pashmina will sort out finding a suitable living space.
For sure. Each of the reading rooms seems to be surprisingly large. Clearly enough room for someone to gather several shelves worth of books to cross-reference and study if they so chose. There are some beds. They're not particularly frequent or common. They're just kind of all around. They're also not the most comfortable, functionally cots. And also, it should be noted, ancient.
Right.
Despite being an immaculate magic stonework infrastructure, you can tell the roots of not just the stone tree, but various other vegetation and plants have very much grown into this place. It's become medium overgrown over time, so preservation is not guaranteed on furniture or anything else. But I think after opening a few doors, checking a few rooms, you can find something that seems like, oh, well, we could all fit in here semi-comfortably.
Right. Having done that, Pashmina will put everyone's bags down. She is gonna look through the bag of holding real quick.
For sure.
She is looking for Calcion's feather.
Yep, it's in there. Still shimmering and kind of pitch black.
She takes it and places it in her own bag.
Absolutely. You do so. So, Toshi and Heisan are going off to study. Are you heading to the dragon section?
Yes.
Alright. Luca, what are you up to?
Nothing.
Alright. Anyway.
No, I think Loka... So I'm torn as a player, because I think Loka both wants to, play around in this space and is also terrified of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wants to look up pirate stuff. He wants to look up dragon stuff with Heisan and look up undead lich stuff. But also doesn't like these doors.
Yes. Understandable.
Much in the way that dogs don't like vents.
Sure. Yeah. Can you go ahead and make me a... What's your passive perception? 16. Noted.
That is going to be... Yeah, 16.
Loka, you're welcome to come if you wish. If you have nothing else to do.
Okay, but can you draw the symbol? Because what if I screw up the symbol drawing and then I go... Maybe I get teleported into hell or something. I don't know.
I can give you their handwriting's not that bad. And look, here. He takes a little piece of paper, writes various different symbols. What symbols would you like?
Can I get undead, lich, pirate, and maybe I don't know, dragon, and then whatever this one is, because I don't know where we're at right now.
Oh, this is fish.
Oh! Why is fish first? Actually, why is it? Why wouldn't fish be first? Never mind.
Should you all have no other need of me now that we've discovered this, something I wish I had known a bit before. I was really prepared for a hike, but I think it would actually behoove me to do so again. I would not mind cataloging all of the symbols. I couldn't tell you what they mean, necessarily, but I can give you all the symbols.
Oh, of course. That would be much appreciated.
Can do. I know Draconic okay, enough to transcribe it, but not necessarily enough to read it consistently. I can speak it okay. Again, it's an ongoing study. It hasn't come up particularly frequently.
Oh, no, of course, please. Just, as in, he needs to catalog it now, or he's gonna go on a hike. Like, he's gonna make a full circuit and...
He intends to like make a full circuit. He's got like a notebook out intending to catalog all the sections.
Oh, by all means, say hi if you're in the area.
Yes.
I think having sorted out living situation stuff, we'll kind of call over to Zaraj, divide and conquer? Get it done in half the time?
Yeah. I go that way, you go this way, and he just kind of like directs both ways. We can teleport back to Fish when we're done. We meet up in the middle.
Big ol' thumbs up.
Alright.
Fish is the center of the universe.
You mean it's the center of the soup? It's the main ingredient?
We're not having this conversation.
Zaraj, I have something so fun to tell you.
The soup?
We're not having this discussion.
I'm letting you know right now that you don't want to get
yourself.
Don't get started. Don't get started.
I don't want to know about the soup.
No.
You don't want to know about soup.
It's such a tasty soup, though.
That's not. That was.
I'm not gonna lie. The more you say I don't want to know about the soup, the more I want to know about the soup.
Okay, well, if you want to doom yourself to that, I'm going to go find this thing, or try to.
Yeah, by all means. You know what? I'll go for a hike. I'm sure the soup will be explained to me at some point.
Okay, well, don't hurry back, because, you know, I could come with you. We can have a long philosophical conversation about soup.
If you'd like to.
Not really. I don't really have the spoons for it today, I have to say.
That's I'm gonna start walking. I'm gonna start walking and cataloging.
Pashmina's already she's
gone in the opposite direction.
Done in a quarter of the time.
Yeah.
Also, what the hell, everybody? Why does everybody hate all my soup? It was a good analogy.
I like your soup.
It just turns into a
this.
Well, for the first time I think ever, thank you, Hassan. I'm glad somebody likes what I have to say and how I think.
I appreciate a good analogy.
More we can say for these other two bozos.
After maybe even just like a few minutes, Zaraj is well out of sight.
Alright, well, I have several... Toshi and I, and possibly Loka, you are free to roam and help as you wish, have a certain couple names to track down. Be well. And Hassan will look to Zoran and say, you know Draconic, correct, Zoran?
You asking Zoran that?
Yeah, does Zoran know Draconic? I forget.
No, and it is a point of mass contention about that.
Oh.
He has been trying to learn Draconic.
I was gonna say you've been reading
years.
You've been reading like Baby's First Draconic, right? Like Draconic for Dummies.
Yeah. So it's just like,
so you know how to draw the symbols and perhaps get around?
I can spell my name.
Okay then.
I know the alphabet. That is
like. Well, I mean, knowing hiragana is okay, but you need to know the kanji too. Would you like me to draw a couple runes for you? Specific runes?
Please.
Of course. Here's fish. Here's dragons. Here's pirates. So you can go find Loka if you need to, in case he needs help. Here's.
I'm very capable of taking care of myself, Hassan. Thank you.
I mean, but what if you said just a minute ago that you may not be able to draw the symbols, so now if you have trouble, Zoran can find you and draw you a way out.
Okay, just because you're right doesn't mean you need to bring it back up.
Yeah, sure. What else? That one... I'm gonna go ahead and write this down for you as well, and he will write a symbol down for primordials. We haven't tested this one, but we can always try it. Either way, that should be fine for now. I'm sure Pashmina will be able to give you more when you inevitably cross her path again.
All right.
Right.
So, where's everyone? So, Pashmina and Zaraj are off in opposite directions, cataloging. We'll see. We can check in on Pashmina and see if do you intend to conclude that arc? Like, actually go catalog and then meet up with Zaraj?
Oh, yeah,
awesome.
She will do the task. Like,
yeah, absolutely. And then...
She might have things she wants to look at while she's doing the task.
Hassan, where are you dragging Toshi?
Hassan will be, for starters...
Toshi, who is salivating over these books. Like, he was trying to be pretty... kind of like, you're not always right. And as soon as you're, like, in an infinite library, he's just like, there's nowhere else I want to be in the entire world. This is... oh boy. All right.
He is dragging Toshi to the Draconic section.
Okay.
And he'll say, I know you want to look for... I understand how you feel. I understand how you feel. There are a million distractions, and I know I'm not one to be saying this.
I want to see all the butterflies. I want to see how many there are. I want to see how many they found.
Look, I know. They're fascinating creatures, but right now we're looking for one specific name. We are looking for Ignith the Gifted Mind. Got that? Ignith spells it out.
Yeah. No, I got... Okay.
Most likely, given his connection to the previous library, probably had a very large hand in creating this as well. He is something of a necromancer. Be careful reading his work, especially if it's necromantic. It can get rather morbid, like very, very morbid. But
all
those
right.
tomes are the ones I am looking for.
Okay. And then.
And also...
How long do we get to stay?
Honestly, as long as we need to, and I hope that's going to be it for a couple days. Yeah, I know. Look, there's a lot. There's a lot to look up here. Like, Toshi, look. Imagine if we had the goal to send this all back. Just imagine for a second. Imagine just
looking at you with the biggest eyes.
Like, we can preserve it all. I mean, this is in crap condition, but I think we have the resources to catalog all
We
of
could
this.
organize it? Like, actually organize it?
Yeah, like
imagine
if
the entire...
we had the logistical means to get it back.
Imagine... Well, what if we could send the archival team here?
I mean,
Like, this place is rough now, but that's clearly because it's not maintained. You know what the archival team could do to this place?
No, I know.
Do you see all that empty space on the upper floor? We could put more books there!
Yes. I mean, it's not exactly secure, though, because somebody already...
We could make it secure?
I guess we could, yeah.
Like, this is... Like, we have the archive, right? But, like...
Yeah.
And if we could disassemble and reassemble the enchantments, we could do the same thing. We could do the same thing back home. If we could reverse engineer this.
With books.
We could just zip-zop between them.
That would be so wonderful.
Oh, God.
I would love that. Just love that.
The, like, excited, heavy breathing.
one of many projects. One of many projects. Just write them down. Write them all down.
Okay, but you also said that the closer we get to good knowledge, or the closer we get to danger, the more there is good knowledge. Is that true inversely? Are we about to die?
Well, the dragon hunter says there is nothing hostile down here. But just to be sure, I say we stay within a couple shelves distance within each other. Make sure to make some noise, like little tappies. We do tappies.
Call and response, the usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep track of each other. Okay. Awesome. You've already got like an established set of signals for doing buddy system in the archive, so that neither of you get lost.
Yeah. And if there are large bugs or whatever, we you know what to do. Go to the nearest thing.
Run, hide, and scream.
We scream, run to the nearest door, get back to the fish section, and we deal with it from there.
Yes, fish is safe. Okay. Fish is base. Got it.
Yes, got it. Good.
Fish is base.
So let's split up, try and make sense of this. Sounds good?
Let's do it.
Sounds good. And we will just split up and try to, I'm guessing, look for Ignith texts.
Yeah, heading to dragons first.
Texts about Ignith, texts about Ebonfang, anything related to those two.
Absolutely. Zoran, you're also headed to dragons?
Zoran is, yes.
Sounds good.
I don't think that they know what they're looking for.
Right.
I think that they're just like, after several attempts of trying to draw out like the dragon rune as Heisan did it, and not liking the previous attempts, this is like the 6th attempt. They finally go through after liking it enough, and they just look at just the expanses of books, and they're like, oh, hell no.
Funny.
They're just looking at the books, and they're like, I don't know.
Toshi and Heisan seem altogether way too excited and comfortable in this environment.
Well, it's also, what languages are most of these books in? Are they in common?
Wide variety. They are mostly in common.
Okay.
It seems like the, go ahead and give me investigation.
Okay. I have a good investigation.
Looking at like 5, 10, 15.
I rolled a 2 on the die, so that's gonna be an 8.
An 8. You definitely get that. The vast majority of the books are written in common. Smattering of like, it's not just Draconic, just a smattering of other languages very occasionally. But you do just notice that a lot of these books are just written in disparate handwriting or print as well. Unlike the other library, these books do not seem to have a common author, necessarily.
Okay. Then I guess with what they can, they're just going to try to look up anything on... If there's, like, any tales of, I guess, Dracoliches?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a long shot. Like, even a fairy tale.
You can definitely look.
Anything about it.
We will get to that shortly. So you're looking for Dracoliches.
Yeah.
Loka, where are you and what are you looking for / doing?
I'm trying to decide if he would go to pirates first or if he would go to undead first.
Hard to say.
Nah, he'd go to pirates.
Go to pirates. So, you put in the rune for pirate. The door will open and let you through. It seems to have some amount of interpretable ability as well. As you step through the door into an empty section of the library, but the rune on the ground in front of you is slightly different. It contains some of the same runes, but not all of them. Do you speak Draconic?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, it's slightly different. But looking around, there's a lot of nautically themed books around here. We're looking at books about sailing. There's a huge majority of books about just like boats and types of boats and how to make boats. There's actually a small collection of boats in small glass bottles, as is the wont of any hoarder. As well as, so a huge number of, like, famous sailors and navigators and records of traversal across the ocean. There's a great many tomes about navigating under the themes of the two moons and how that affects tides in really dangerous ways, something that you're pretty familiar with. What are you looking for in specific? Presumably pirate stuff, but anything more narrow than that.
I think Loka is Googling himself.
Sounds good. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's really the only way to put it.
So just, like, trying to flip through, like, any books you can find with, like, named persons with pirates in it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. Peshmina, you're running around the horn with Ziraj, and, so...
I was gonna say... She is definitely doing her task. She is doing the thing that she has set out to do. While doing that, if she notices a section about mortals, humanoids, people like her and her party, basically, if there is a subsection of tieflings, she wants to take specific note of that.
For sure. So, in your case, you're mostly looking for a section in particular. Looking for a section first before looking for things in particular.
Yes.
Noted. And then Hassan, Toshi will be helping you. You are looking for texts on Ignith the Gifted Mind in the Draconic section. Is that accurate?
You are muted, friend.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Sorry
Awesome.
about that.
Yeah, no worries. Awesome. All right. It's rolls time. Zaran, I'm going to look for... Could you remind me what we just said?
I'm going for Dracoliches.
Dracoliches.
Anything mentioning Dracoliches.
Awesome. Investigation.
Fabulous.
This is going to be investigation across the board.
Okay.
Ooh, that's really good.
If you have alternative skills that you think would help you in this, I'm amenable to suggestion. But otherwise, it's going to be investigation across the board. So Zaran, we're looking for 15. 10
that's
will...
a 19 on the die.
Nice. Good.
For a total of 25.
Gotcha. So great success on that part. Let's go through these one at a time. I'm realizing that if I do these in batches, that will harm my brain. So, Zaran, you spend this amount of time. You're looking for Dracoliches in particular. 19 for a 25, you said?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, a 19 for a 25 total.
Excellent. You are looking for Dracoliches. You end up finding some useful things in, like, Draconic Lifespan. I think you actually eventually find what is effectively a Draconic beauty manual. Like, an how to stop yourself from aging, how to, counteract the signs of how to make yourself a young dragon again, basically, is, like, the bit. But it's got kind of a sinister cover to it in a way that is not necessarily expected. It doesn't explicitly talk... It seems to kind of talk around the idea of Dracoliches, but it does give reference to materials that should exist in the undead section of the library. There is a note in the back of that particular book that's like, for less on philosophy and more for practical application, check this, and gives you not just a section, but a specific, like, shelf of materials to look at.
Is that anywhere close to where I am now?
It is not in the Draconic section. It is significantly... You don't know where the Undead section is, necessarily, but this slip does include the symbol for... the runic symbol for Undead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's quite a find. It's actually hard in the greater... And the Draconic section is probably the biggest part of the library. So it's quite a find within it. So good job. Loka, you're Googling yourself.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me, we're going to say DC 10 investigation here.
I was saying earlier, this is basically the party gets access to Google for a couple days.
Is that how you roll it? Work?
You got a 6, it looks like. 5 plus 1. You actually just have a very hard time finding things about famous pirates at all. I'd be interested in knowing, given the investigation check, it is... Would you like to continue? Because you definitely have time to continue investigating if you want to. But the first, 4-5 books are all, just famous navymen, and it's just all, military assholes. It's all people who have just been in navies across history, and there's, footnotes about pirates they thwarted, and that's about it.
Yeah, I just kind of throw the book behind me and start checking the next one then.
Absolutely. So continuing to investigate pirates. Hey San, go ahead and give me that. Oop, did you have anything else?
Oh no, I just said all right.
Okay.
I thought we were going to continue, so I switched over to D&D Beyond, but that's okay.
We will shortly. Hey San, go ahead and give me your investigation with advantage.
Okay. Out of curiosity, could I add Toshi's bardic inspiration to this?
I'm gonna say no for this.
Okay, thank you.
I think Toshi spending his entire action to help you is what is happening here, largely.
Okay.
I say
not
action.
Great today. Not great today, and that's an 18.
18? So, digging through the Draconic section, you find effectively what Zoran is also kind of realizing through his searches, which is that, instead of the Spire, this is a wide collection of authors. And you, even with an 18, you unfortunately don't find any materials directly by Ignith the Gifted Mind, but given the assumption that this library is constructed and or curated by that individual, he probably has a whole section for just his own material. So the absence of it here indicates its presence elsewhere.
Toshi, we may be looking in the wrong spot.
Oh, okay.
I think the curator has an ego. You know what? I should have known this. The person we're looking for has a huge ego. He probably has a section dedicated to himself.
Now that you say that out loud, that does make sense.
Yeah.
All right. Do we know where? We don't know where that is, I assume.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I could try testing out rooms.
Yeah. Sure.
Trial and error.
God, Wait, one moment. Hisan pulls out Ignith's necromancy tome. Does Ignith have a signature?
Ignith does have a signature. It's about 8 names long. It is he signs with his full title, and he does it every time. He does not have an abbreviated signature. It is a 50-character draconic signature.
Alright, let's try this. Hisan's gonna try to mirror his signature onto a plate.
There is unfortunately just no room, which indicates to you that is not what will get you to that particular section.
Damn it.
We will get there. Pashmina, how are you doing? So you're just looking for like a humanoid sub-tiefling section. Go ahead and give me... Yeah, we're going to say investigation 10.
Please. Fuck you. Alright. That was a 4.
4. Passing through, walking through different variations, you kind of like have been writing down the symbols and kind of peeking around. Unfortunately, unlike a public library, a lot of the books here just like don't have words on their spines. It requires a lot of like really dedicated digging into some of these to even maybe realize what the sections are. And without a knowledge of Draconic, you won't know when you pass the section that would indicate that you have passed the section with humanoids and or tieflings in it.
This is the stupidest library I've ever been in. It just keeps going.
It's not untrue. Loka, go ahead and give me another investigation roll.
Okay, let me switch back. Investigation.
That is a 4.
The jocks are struggling. The jocks are struggling.
Yeah.
It's
Shane.
Yeah.
Whoever put together this library is wrong insofar as I don't know if they thought pirates were interesting or not. And worth classification in their own right. But you are free to continue searching if you would like to.
I think Loka... I think he's looked... I mean, my guess is at this point he's just taken out a bunch of books and has flipped through them very quickly.
Yeah.
And having not found what he's looking for, he just kind of slumps down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like...
Did it even mean anything?
Did we do anything worth being talked about? And then he just kind of sits there for a bit.
May I add a secondary query to my searches?
Sure.
I'm looking up gods and deities, and then same kind of thing, subsequently, the Raven Queen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I make a case for religion?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since that's the kind of thing that would that's the kind of book that will have prominent symbols on the cover, more so than basically every other topic.
Thank fucking God. That's an 18 plus 5.
Nice, 23.
Nice.
Then yeah, continuing to walk the halls, continuing to mark the individual runes on these sections, and then eventually coming up to like you almost pass it. It is almost another section like every other section, and then you see like these little shrines placed in the background. You see like holy symbols. Every book suddenly gets much thicker than every other book, as suddenly there are the scriptures of countless gods, and then like meta texts on those scriptures placed around it all over this section. It's a subtle shift, but it's a shift you can identify pretty immediately. You said that's going to end up being a 23 total?
Yes.
Absolutely. So you end up in the section for you find that you've honed in on a section of gods of death, and consequently gods of life. And among those are a small number of tomes, kind of shockingly small number of tomes on the Raven Queen specifically. One has been pointedly bookmarked with a raven feather.
Interesting.
Just a normal one, just a mundane feather.
Oh, okay.
It's not funny or magical. Someone just had a sense of humor.
Thematically appropriate.
Yep.
I think she'll take a specific kind of note of the section of just like, okay, remember that this is here. Remember that this is here.
Yep. Just like circle
And
the
this-
rune in your notebook.
Yeah.
make sure you can get back there.
Yeah, exactly. And she'll keep completing her tasks. She's got a thing to do, so she's gonna do it.
Absolutely.
She just wants to make her life easier for later.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, you all continue through the library. So, how long did I say? It was going to be a few hours to walk through. So, in 2.5 hours, let's say, you and Zaraj will meet up in the middle.
I was gonna say, because my walking speed is 50 feet, can I do it faster than Zaraj and get more done? It's also okay if not.
I think the answer is yes, assuming you can walk and write well. And this is just, maybe this is a gimme, but I'm going to ask you to make sleight of hand so that you are, like, making good notes while you are walking.
Okay.
We're just looking at, like, DC 10. This is cute, but, like...
There's a chance I fuck this up. No, there's not a chance I fuck this up. That was a 19 plus 7.
So 26. Yeah, you're, like, jogging. Like, practically running through this library.
Check. All right.
Yep.
Done.
I think you may have actually missed the humanoid section because you were just going so fast. And the religious section pointedly more spawnable.
It's just obvious enough.
It's still remarkable when you're moving at like 30 miles an hour with your 50 foot per round move speed. But yeah, you meet up with Zaraj, let's say in like an hour and a half, like shockingly early. As you both go around, you've got like double the amount of symbols as he does. You've also probably broken out a sweat. This has certainly been some amount of exercise. He kind of like looks up at you as you like, he clearly hears your footsteps in the distance, like down the library hall as you are like huffing toward.
Oh, hey.
Oh, already? Jeez, work very fast. I hope the library hasn't shrunk.
She shrugs. She has no frame of reference.
Interesting. Here, let's compare notes. If you want, I can collate these into a single list.
That would probably be helpful.
All right.
We'll share her own notes.
Then, yeah, let me, here, let's get back to, I believe the bird folks said they'd be in dragons, right?
I imagine so. If not, I mean, I suppose, we could just wait in fish. That's kind
true.
of where, all our stuff is anyways.
Yep. All right, and he'll draw the rune for dragon first on the doorway and walk through if you are interested in following.
Sure.
And I think Hassan and probably the three, Hassan, Zoran, and Toshi all see as Peshmina and Zaraj pop out of the side, kind of on the stairs above you. I've got a list prepared. I think I've got most of it identified, but could help with the translation. Would appreciate help with the translation.
Oh, good. Wonderful. Bring it here.
Yep. And he'll bring it down. The list in total is probably about 50 sections. Included are all of the normal D&D creature types. So aberration, beast, celestial, construct, dragon, elemental, fey, fiend, giant, humanoid, monstrosity, ooze, plant, and undead. As well as most forms of just like animal classification. Beast is not very precise, it turns out. So like most zoological classifications, any of the ones that you like, reptile, animal,
Fish,
aquatic, birds, foxes, wolves, be it like subtypes beyond mammals, etc. It seems like there's several sections for like geographical history, divided a number of ways, by continent, by like individual countries, by factions, by time. It kind of depends on the section. There are the different classifications of magic are also here in the archive in various places. So those being, I'm going to forget most of them. The big two subtypes being arcane and divine, and then the subtypes of arcane magic, and then the, like, religion next to but not attached to divine magic. You get the wide range of classifications and can jump to basically any specific portion of the library you want, which will speedrun you to get to any, like, super group functionally instantaneously. Which is a huge boon, because I was going to make you walk through the library otherwise.
You have done us a great service by discovering this early.
Nat 20s, yeah.
Nat 20s are good. Zeron, are you already headed to the undead section, or are you have you still stuck around for the time being?
Probably. It's as fascinating as the dragon section probably is. He's a man on a mission right now.
Makes sense.
And I think the best thing is just like, okay, this is leading me to this, so this should help me along. If they get to it and they're not really seeing anything about it, they're just going to go back.
Makes sense. And notably for Hassan, there is one additional classification that doesn't fall into most of the other rune, like, categories, and it's just the draconic runes for self.
I think this is one we need to go to then. Enjoy yourselves.
Sure.
Now, so I guess Hassan's going to, with Toshi, make his way towards to the Ignith part, and
Yes.
Yeah, he's just gonna make his way towards Ignith.
Sounds good.
The subsection.
Toshi is traveling behind you. Toshi may have acquired a small book on tiny. There are pseudo-dragons, which are kind of like butterfly-esque dragons, which in this section caught his eye, and he is taking with him for the time being.
Awesome.
Tiny dragons. And Zeron, you're headed to Undeath.
Yup.
Now that you have completed your rounds, Peshmina, what's the plan?
Hopefully now with this list translated for her, she can more easily find what she was looking for before. She's gonna try and find tieflings again.
All right, sounds like a plan. At this point, I'm gonna give you a little further context on searching in the library. So the more specific the thing you are looking for is, the slightly harder it will be to find it, unsurprisingly. Additionally, if you spend 6 hours looking, you can just find anything you want. No rolls required, no additional variants functionally, but you can just find anything you want. If you fail 3 rolls to look for something specific, it will have taken 6 hours, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So it'll just kind of force time to pass.
Yeah. The enormity of this archive cannot be overstated, nor can its poor organization. It clearly has had dozens of hands involved in it, and it's like the best, worst used bookstore you've ever been in. There is so much to find. Anything you could possibly want is here, but finding it is going to be a struggle. That said, next rounds of investigation. It's probably on into the evening now at this point, having taken a couple hours to catalog all of the individual sigils around the library. If you want, Hassan, you can have distributed a translated version of those runes to the other members of your squad, if you'd like to.
I would love to have done that.
Makes sense. Seems like the kind of thing Hassan would do. And then let me know how this goes. By the time we do probably another layer of investigation here, it'll probably be night. I imagine folks will start getting tired. Those of you who need to sleep, at least. Thusly, Loka, what is the plan? You're just kind of hanging out. I assume you see you get your set of runes via Heisan. Are you sending that? How? Sorry, I asked you if you would like to do that. Heisan, would you mind telling me how that happens, if you would so choose to do so?
I think Heisan will just look at Toshi and say, "Okay, Mr. Scrivener, we have some lists to disseminate."
Oh, quadruplicate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. This is the exact thing Toshi is trained to do. So Toshi will transcribe the list, and like 4 other quills on sheets of paper nearby will spring to life and write all those documents simultaneously. And then once they've got all those copies correctly, they'll like collapse into this one larger, less useful quill, and it'll give you each of the copies of those lists.
And Heisan has already prepared Carthax. Well, I guess has prepared a Carthax for each person if they've already split up.
I believe so. Seems like folks are each on their way.
Yeah, Heisan will send another to Loka. What would, through the list making, can Heisan try and identify briefly what might be where information on Locath would be located?
Fish.
Oh. Fuck. Fuck, you're right.
Duh.
Heisan
I
will
should have
also
done that in Loka. Sorry.
Yes. Heisan will write to Loka. If you hope you're finding everything you need to find. If you need help, you can always ask. Perhaps tomorrow. Also, you can always, if you're looking for other Locath, if you're looking for famous Locath pirates in particular, you can always check the fish section. I'm not being snide here. I understand you will definitely think I'm being snide. Trust me, I'm not. The famous Locath will be found amongst the fish section. And
I
we'll
like
send that out to Loka.
I had this play out in my head as Loka already had this letter in his hand and was hearing your voice reading it. And Loka's immediate thought is,
Why are you being so snide? What the heck?
So yeah, he's just sending letters out with all the runes attached to them.
Sounds great.
So, new round of investigation?
Yeah. I would like to know what Loka is up to, too. Will you heed the letter?
No, God, no.
Can I actually do one more thing, Cole, real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I do a quick history check to see if Heisan knows of any famous Locath authors?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Like Locath historians.
I'll give you a history on that one.
16.
Unfortunately, being an underwater civilization, the Locath do not produce a lot of disseminated literature. That said, there are a few, especially those. Fortunately and unfortunately, there are a few, but they're all coastal, as opposed to the kind of deep sea Locath that Loka is a part of. Given their propensity for being able to like participate in parchment on land and like use inks to mark things, there is deep sea Lokatha literature, but it's almost all carved and long form. Like there are whole temples dedicated to like a book. because that's how much stone work it takes to, like, have enough surface material to chisel a piece of literature into. And it tends to be very moralistic, very, very very publicly funded, if you know what I mean.
Oh, so this is not local literature then. Never mind then.
Yeah, very much like, oh, we all serve the queen. Remember that.
We
Serve
love
with dignity. Order is the pillar upon which our civilization was built.
Duke and Dimwit, but make it underwater monarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, not Loka content. All right.
But Loka, I think Loka, having given up on killing himself, much to his own dismay, is going to head to the undead section. Then.
Sounds good. And you and Zoran can definitely meet up there. So, Hisan and Toshi going to the Ignith section.
Yes.
So, you find it. It is immediately obvious once you get there. Insofar as you just had to find it, because it is the cleanest. The shelves are made of nicer wood. The books are more neatly bound. Everything has, like, kind of extravagant binding materials. We've got, like, dyed leathers. Several of them are even preserved in, like, clasped wooden cases for even more acute preserving. It's just the best kept part of the library by a lot. And it's, to be fair, it's also not super big. Despite Ignith having a huge ego, it looks like a lot of his published work was kept in the Spire. That said, there's definitely, like, several shelves here. So what are you looking for in particular? We're looking for Cursed Knowledge on one, right?
Cursed
More tomes.
Cursed Knowledge, Tomes of Necromancy, the like of the Dark Arts.
Excellent.
That's what Hisan is.
Would you like Toshi to help you? He will do so, but there may be consequences.
I think Hisan is just too excited and will definitely say yes, but will go ahead and tell Toshi. Toshi, I need to be very plain. I'm going to be very plain with you. If you think you have found the kind of tome I am instructing to you, try not to read too much into it. Like, literally, do not read a lot of it. I've made a mistake before of reading too much into it, and I believe it quite literally had an effect on me. So, for safety purposes, I'm going to go ahead and do this, and he's going to cast a 4th level Intellect Fortress on the both.
Okay.
4th level Intellect Fortress on the both of them. So this should help. Just be careful what you're dealing with.
That certainly helps.
Yeah.
That'll help too.
Ooh!
Okay, noted. Toshi's on board, on sides, gets it, nods, and is, like, committed to trying to figure this out, and is going to do so as safely as possible. Double Intellect Fortress also helps.
Yeah. Oh, thankfully, Intellect Fortress is just really good because if you upcast it, you can just cast it on multiple creatures. And
Yeah.
It's just a freaking good spell. Yeah. Sorry.
It's good for. It is like. I could imagine Intellect Fortress by some other player in some other campaign being like, this is a waste of a spell slot. But in this campaign, it's like, it's so good. It's really fun. All right. Absolutely. Go ahead and make me that roll, and you'll get advantage.
Awesome. Bit better. That's going to be a 24.
24, yeah.
Jeez.
So, you find the 2 tomes missing from Feihu's collection, the first and the last. Insofar as you were informed that the book you have is Ignith's last journal. You find in your investigations that that is not the case. That appears to be an additional one that was published afterward. And there appears to be a journal that was published at the beginning of this on a greater concept of draconic magic. As well as, you basically, if there is something you want to know that you think Ignith has written, it'll be here. Notably, you find another new tome of Ignith the Gifted Mind, of new interesting dark secrets. A question then: do you find it, or does Toshi find it?
I think it's more fun if Toshi finds it for dramatic reasons.
Absolutely. So Toshi finds it. Is like, all right, that's a pretty like gnarly leather cover. Like, cracks it open. Immediately like glancing over some of the words. That looks like kind of an incantation. Is that an illustration? Yep, this is the one. All right, slams it shut. Like, that looked like a dissected something, and I don't want to know what it was. I'm gonna shut that over, and she's like, hey son, I think I found it. I think I got one.
You think it? Okay.
Here, check this out. I almost saw something kind of gnarly in there, but I shut it before, and now my eyes are squeezed shut, and I don't want to open them until you have it.
Heisan will take it. This, Toshi, is a missing volume. This is a missing volume. This is one that maybe he didn't... I don't know if he published, but this is one missing. I want you to know we have found something valuable and very indispensable. Okay,
I hope that is true. I love you, don't do anything crazy.
I won't do anything I'm not incapable of handling.
That sounded suspicious, but I'm gonna let it go. Okay, alright.
Well, thank you for your help. I would ask you for more help reading it over, but I know I'm not going to make you do that.
I'll annotate whatever you want from over here, several feet away from being... You know what? Even I'll just sit on the other side of the shelf. And don't read it out loud to me, preferably.
You can also go look for... there was a whole insectoid...
That's true! Bugs.
Bugs?
I'm gonna go look for bugs.
Yeah.
Is that okay? I'm not actually...
Yeah, that's fine.
Would you mind coming with... I don't have a link... I keep trying to say link pearl. I don't have a sending stone.
Oh, no, yeah. I can take the book from this
section,
awesome. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
let's go.
There with you. Oh, yeah.
We'll happily go to the insect area. Pashmina, go ahead and give me investigation looking for more Tifis.
Okay. Please. Okay. That was an 18?
18? Yeah, so you're right in the first so subsection of humanoid. You actually find that the section for tieflings is spread out across a few sections, with kind of different information dependent on each. Looking for, luckily all of these are in, the same stretch. They're not in the same section, so you have to do a bit of walking back and forth, but they're all, referencing each other and saying where they are. Those being, tiefling as humanoid, has some information about mostly statistics, how many tieflings are there in the world, how often do tieflings happen, what are tieflings biologically, how do they procreate, what is their blood like, are they that different than anyone else, where does their inherent magical ability come from, etc. And then in the fiend section you find more about okay, but actually not just when are tieflings born, how often are they born, etc., but how do they happen? What infernal influence affects the material plane such that it would and does create a tiefling, and has a lot more about like the variants of tieflings based on infernal bloodline and like influence and etc.
That's definitely closer. I feel like
what you're looking for.
She sees all the like normal sort of like ecology stuff and is just like, no, that's not what I want. And then sees that and is just like, okay.
Yeah, that first all the stuff that's in the normal human is like very sociological. It's very like, these are the famous tieflings throughout history, and like
I don't give a shit.
It's the kind of stuff that you have read in frustration your entire life looking for this kind of thing. And the other one is way more in-depth. It looks like it was actually written from a devil's perspective. It looks like one of the variant scribes of Mammon, looking to, in his ever-growing enjoyment of cataloging and registering wealth, trying to get a handle on the infernal influence of tieflings in the material plane and potentially conduct a magical census of them. As just kind of a hobby. As a thing that either that scribe or maybe Mammon wanted to do. Kind of hard to tell, but it appears to be written effectively as a report to Mammon that has been published and or intercepted by this collection. Most of the literature in the infernal section, in the fiendish section, appears to have been written by devils.
By fiends.
Yeah. Devils specifically. There's very little demonic literature. Yeah. And yeah, that goes into the various variants of tiefling by it. You get what you had read a very little amount about before, which is the influence of like individual layers of hell on how different tieflings may come out in their parentage. There is a particular amount of things in the vein of like what causes tieflings to exist on the earth in the first place. And the speculation made here is that whenever a devil forms a particularly strong deal, a pact, whenever they have any kind of like gain of infernal energy, the excess of that energy bleeds out into the material plane. And frequently that is associated with whoever they make a deal with. Like people who, it's kind of a taboo admission, but people who make pacts with devils before they have children often sire tieflings. It's not... What? It's still rare.
Okay.
Like, that is not the majority of tieflings, but it's an increased chance. The rest seem to be just, like, fully random. Like, a devil could make a pact with another devil, and the excess influence seeds its way to the material plane, and somewhere 2 orcs have a tiefling. The influence seems to be very indirect. There is some amount of evidence in this report that, like, that has been true since the dawn of time. Like, tieflings are purportedly one of the first species to ever make it to the material plane, simply because whenever the other species of the material plane started procreating, for as long as there has been the 9 hells, there has been tieflings, and the 9 hells have existed long before the material plane. Some amount of this is pure speculation, and a lot of it is, like, deeply infernal, like, theological theory, that seems to have, like, dubious realism. But amongst all of that, in addition to the variants of tiefling you're familiar with, there is a particular note on rare varieties of tieflings. And in this, you find an illustrative depiction that looks a lot like you. A tiefling with a horn and a unicorn tail. You also see tieflings with wings and halos. You see tieflings with like no legs and more of like an elementally fused mass. And there is a note that when a devil makes a deal with a non-humanoid entity, that energy can combine to form third different kinds of tieflings that are exceedingly rare, but not impossible. And most of them manifest in ways that can just be passed off as one of the other variants of tieflings. Or, like, frankly, in the normal way that, you know, humanoids exist, just like birth defects, mutations, just the ways that beings exist in the world in variable and beautiful and different ways. Yeah. And by this, you kind of have the clue that, in all likelihood, a devil made a deal with a fae, and somewhere on the planet, you were created.
Wow.
There's some mention of, so, attempting to do a census to track these things, there's mention of a ritual to be able to track down the specific entities whose energies are embedded in you as a tiefling.
What?
So, given enough time and resources, if you wanted to find, as it's put in this report, your infernal parents, you could do so if you wanted to.
Oh, okay. That's a lot to take in.
It's a very dense report.
All right.
I'll let you sit on that.
Yeah.
Zeron and Loka, you have made it to the undead section. Significantly mustier than the rest of the library. Not any less well kept, but just like you feel the humidity rise slightly in the area.
Why?
It's just gross. Kind of swampish. Not enough moisture to really damage the books, but the section has an aura about it.
Have I located the shelf that was mentioned
Yeah, absolutely.
in the book? Awesome.
Easy enough.
I'm just gonna start taking down, like, a bunch of books that look somewhat relevant.
Yeah. So, you get liches, Draco liches, demi liches, and semi liches.
Hate this already. Okay, I'm just gonna...
It's that like entire shelf is lichdom in general, but these tomes are on like specific forms of lichdom.
Cool. Gonna grab some on liches, gonna grab some on Draco liches, find a nice rocky, mossy corner, sit down, get a pile, and just start reading.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask for an investigation roll on that, but a lot of that's just going to be information.
Okay.
Loka, what are you looking for?
We're both in this section. I think that answer will be, or that question will be answered through talking to Zeron.
Okay, sounds good.
So I assume I get there after you, and you've already kind of sat down with stuff, and so Loka would just be like,
so what am I looking for on how to kill the undead stuff?
Well, so that pile right there is just on liches. This one in front of me is Draco liches. That one over there is like semi liches. Feel free to pick a pile. Go through what you need to. I am working on this one of just pure liches right now.
And he's a Draco.
I believe
Wolf
trying
one?
to be a Draco lich.
Okay. Wait, so are we sure that he's not a Dracolich right now, or... That actually, I'm gonna have to put that as like a sandwich item. I'm gonna text somebody right now, and that's gotta be a sandwich at the bar.
I hope it's more delicious than the name implies.
you dry age the meat.
Ooh, actually. But my investigation. Oh, that's another 19 on the die.
Nice.
That'll be another 25.
25.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. All right.
Won it.
Oh.
So, information. The big thing to know here, so the book on Draco Liches, significantly smaller than the vast literature on liches generally. The book on Draco Liches is largely speculative. There does not appear to be many, if any, defined cases of Draco Lichdom that has been recorded in the literature here. However, the book notes that, I mean, they're a lich. Magically, all of the same things that apply to a normal lich would apply to a Draco Lich. The only real difference is that one of them is a dragon. It also notes that part of the reason dragons don't tend to go for lichdom is a combination of lichdom is already very dangerous. It is a very unstable process that frequently, like, just straight destroys whoever is trying to accomplish it. And also, dragons already can't die by aging. Kind of like alligators, if you're familiar. Actually, that might be a myth. But, like,
like lobsters.
Yeah. Dragons can live forever, as long as they're healthy. Like, if they don't get sick, if they don't become hunted, if they are left to their own devices and have sufficient space, food, shelter, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they'll just live forever. So lichdom is a very rare pursuit because it's riskier than simply being a dragon. However, there are several speculative cases that believe it has happened, or has been attempted to happen. There's a note in, like, kind of a far ancient time of a dragon that, quote-unquote, in the literature, went mad, according to visuals and studies, and also was very, very difficult to kill by their brethren. Apparently, a great many other dragons had to band together to hunt them down and prevent them from continuing their kind of rampage across the countryside. And it is speculated that that dragon, who was once a great wizard, had attempted and failed lichdom. There is also one confirmed case of Draco demi-lichdom. Demi-liches being creatures that achieve lichdom to some extent, but frequently not to the whole body extent that they would normally. Demi-liches commonly are just a skull that has been enchanted with the soul of the wizard who initially attempted lichdom. Or attempted demi. It's an easier target, so some people go for it. But because dragons are very vain, kind of... Frankly, wizards are very vain. But dragons are not one to give up their appearance, at least at the time in culture, in favor of just their skull with giant encrusted gems all over it and whatnot. There's also some speculation that Tiamat achieved lichdom and is part of the reason that she's a god. There's an amount of, like, pseudo-blasphemic text in this indicating that Tiamat is actually 5 dragons who are literally stitched together. Like, in kind of a gruesome corpse display. And through great magics achieved lichdom. Kind of dubious on that part. But otherwise, you get a pretty thorough rundown on liches and how they work. How one would go attempt to become one, a history of famous liches. There's an entire book on Vecna specifically. What would you like to know?
I don't fucking know at this point. Like, that's the worst part. Like, they're just like,
Hey,
okay,
you don't know what you don't know.
this sounds like something we need to know. It's good to arm ourselves with information. They just see all of this, and I think, honestly, they just start short-circuiting. I don't know how else to put it. I think the first thing is just confirmed cases of Draco-lichdom, or Draco-demi-lichdom.
There has been one confirmed case of Draco-demi-lichdom. Purportedly, it's somewhere on the Kylan continent. No indication that it has died, so they're probably just still hanging out in the mountains somewhere. Purportedly, they're in a lair. The author purports to have visited the location to confirm and had a conversation. Apparently. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah, visited, left, had a conversation. Apparently they're trying to do some studying, some magic, something. The Draco Demi-Lich was purportedly trying to confirm the reality or non-reality of other worlds beyond the astral plane. Which is a side whole thing. You see mention of the concept of dragon sight, like as a capital noun, as a proper noun, which this particular tome does not get into, but you've heard it mentioned a few other places, and purportedly this dragon thought that by becoming a demi-lich, they would be able to be given access to their dragon sight earlier. And tragically, this actually prevented them from gaining it at all.
Gotcha. Another thing I guess I kind of want to look up is necropolises.
Yes, absolutely.
Necropoli.
Whole separate book.
Yeah.
On the concept.
Figured, but it's also something that we have to contend with.
Absolutely. Easy enough to find another tome on it. How about you think of some questions, maybe confer with Loka, and we'll get back to Heisan and Toshi. Heisan, you're doing a thorough read?
You are muted.
Muted again. Yes. Doing
Sounds
a thorough
good.
read.
Toshi has found the various classifications of butterflies, and has 3 books spread out like around him in a circle, and is doing sketches of the ones he thinks are cool and rare. All right, go ahead and give me a DC 20 Wisdom save.
With advantage because of...
Correct.
Well, that's good. That's going to be 23.
23, awesome. Unsurprisingly, this tome is just as distressing as where the last one left off. If anything, it appears... So, this journal is actually significantly more legible than the end of the previous one. And you pick up on that because it is clearly being written by an accomplice. Clearly an acolyte, an additional study, a student, something. Someone is helping him write these journals down, because there are notes from Ignith in this journal, and they are incoherent. Ignith has definitely gone off the deep end to some extent while doing this research, but is committed to continuing the research and has just gotten more help to aid in documenting it in this journal. You'll note that the handwriting for the acolyte changes several times throughout the journal.
That's distressing.
It is distressing. However, you keep reading. There are a non-zero number of... you unfortunately find out the process by which Ignith recommends performing a vivisection. It is not kind. It is not pleasant. The procedures therein are like of extreme suspect scientifically. Despite this journal being full, its contents are less dense, as it seems like the kinds of experiments Ignith is doing at this point are just less real. Like, to some extent, like, you read the entire vivisection bit, and then at the end they're just like, well, that didn't do anything. Anyway, we'll try again tomorrow. And it's like, oh, so you're just torturing people at this point.
So He's lost the entire equation.
He has lost the plot.
He's doing.
However, his students seem to actually be gaining a lot more insight into what is going. Having the additional students really helps identify what is real and what is just madness from Ignith. So, I'm going to go ahead and ask you for DC 20 investigation to glean some more knowledge into this. As at this point, Ignith is in full preservation mode. Ignith at this point is looking to become a lich, become a demi-lich, do anything because there is indications that his health is declining.
Alright, so that is a 5, but Cole, did we get inspiration
You
from
did get an inspiration. Everyone got inspiration.
Okay, good.
Oh.
Thank you. I need to make sure of that before I try this again. There we go, 23.
Excellent. In the desire for preservation herein, you get to the primary purpose of the journal. Ignith wanted to, but did not have the time nor resources before his inevitable physical decline to create a clone of himself.
Oh my God.
Using the traditional methods. Given the time required, there is herein a suggested path. Via this investigation, you can just cast the clone spell.
Oh my God.
Once a year. However, the material components are a little different. So, first of all, on your end, the material components are the same. Meaning 1,000 gold and a cubic inch of the flesh of the creature you intend to clone. Additionally, you need the facilities to be able to cast, to house said clone, which is a vessel big enough to fit a fully grown version of you, and that is worth about 2,000 gold pieces to put together, and say several days of magical effort to just like that's what casting the spell is putting all of that together and making it happen. However, Ignith was in a rush. And this is where you get the second part of clone. So normally, a clone requires 120 days to reach full maturity. For each additional 2,000 gold pieces you put into the material components for this spell, you can have that time.
Holy shit.
So, for 4,000 gold pieces, it only takes 60 days. For 6,000 gold pieces, it only takes 30. And for 8,000 gold pieces, it only takes 15.
Oh my God.
8,000 gold, it only takes 15 days to
reach full maturity.
Okay.
It looks like, despite finding this out, literally, at this point, having done these researches and finding all of this out, Ignith was penniless and refused to sell any of his collection and died.
Jesus.
Died a madman.
Too upset.
And afterward, with no money left to pay them, it appears all the acolytes just left. Especially with the ongoing high-profile dragon hunts. Don't want to be caught as an acolyte on one of those.
Can Hassan begin to make note of each of these acolytes' handwriting?
Sure.
And try to catalog each of them?
Makes sense to me. That is a pretty
daunting task.
It is. But I don't see why not.
Maybe another time. Okay.
It'll take some time, but there's no reason it wouldn't be possible.
May I plant a seed, a thought?
Of course.
If Ignith died, where the fuck was he buried?
Oh, fuck. Where was he buried?
Was it here? Is Ignith buried here?
If this is his last journal, then... Well, if we have his acolytes stuff, maybe we can look for his acolyte's texts, and maybe they can shed some light on what happened afterwards. But that would require a lot more time and probably be a lot harder. But what I'm hoping is that because we know that Navorak studied under Ignith, or at least that was confirmed by the legend lore, correct?
Or at least studied the works of Ignith.
I would say it
Was a
has some-
contemporary.
Was a contemporary. Okay.
I believe under the moniker Neville Drakmore.
Neville Drakmore.
During his reign, during the triumvirate of Wizard Kings.
Okay, so he only studied his work.
No, under the tutelage of Ignith, yeah. So, was directly in communication with.
Maybe we can start looking for Neville for his work specifically. And also just look through his apprentice's work to see what happened to Ignith. But that's a much harder find, and there's a lot of other stuff Heisan probably needs to look through. Several days we're going to be stuck here. Who knows? I mean, and for however long it remains interesting.
This is true. Pashmina, what are you up to? Having gained this knowledge.
Oh boy. I think she's gonna keep this book.
Okay. Easy enough.
But kind of bewildered. I don't think she's gonna make any moves with it yet. She's just gonna hold on to it. And also realizes, oh shit, there's so much more we need to start looking into. So it goes back to like, okay. Deities, Raven Queen, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading back to that section?
Yes.
Alright, what you looking for? It is getting later also, by the way.
I was gonna say
we're kind of ending up in not quite like we're not in fatigue area, but like outside night has certainly fallen.
Okay. Then what she's probably gonna do in that case is not do any reading right now, but she is going to kind of like pick out some of the most relevant seeming books. So just for one, basic information about the Raven Queen, like maybe like a basic scripture.
Theology.
Like, she isn't even sure if
Yeah.
people like traditionally worship the Raven Queen like they do like Bahamut and like,
There's a like meta commentary on like various gods of life and death that I think will give you a pretty thorough summary.
Okay. And then from there, kind of more specific, like, how do agents of the Raven Queen kind of function? What is her whole deal? Like, just
That'll probably
slightly
end
more
up being rolls.
Okay.
But it sounds like you are interested in
she's
flagging that information and not necessarily
It's-
doing the investigation.
Yeah, it's less about reading into it and more like marking the books that would have that information in it so that she can reference it later.
Absolutely. Zeron and Loka, hanging out in the undead section.
Yeah. My first thing I'm looking for in Necropolis, Necropoli, whatever the proper term for it is, don't bully me for it, is just
Necropolis?
known... Necropolis, maybe? Like, known or confirmed cases of them.
Yeah.
And, like, how they are formed. Specifically, in a way, so it's like, how can we get rid of them?
Yeah, for sure. Loka, what are you up to?
I think Loka has been looking specifically at the how do you kill these things?
Lich be gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is there like a spray that we can get, or does Costco sell it, or
Yeah, for sure. How about you both give me investigation checks?
Both of us?
Yeah. Loka, I'm going to give you advantage given that Zeron has gathered this material for you. So finding where this information is no longer a struggle. It's just finding the specific things.
I got a 15.
15's pretty good.
I need you to know I'm not fucking around. Then I rolled another 19.
Incredible.
Nice.
Like, I need you to know I'm not messing.
Ideal. Hell yeah. So, Loka, on the subject of liches and how to be rid of them. Notably, and maybe in parallel with something someone else is learning, so the primary way liches simply do not die is through liberal use of the clone spell. In the context of any lich, the way clone works is when they die, their soul leaves their corpse and just goes to their new body, which has been growing in a vat of goo, a sealed jar, a bog. There's a variety of ways you can set up the facilities required for growing a clone. And then when their soul enters their new body, they simply wake up elsewhere. And liches they do that a lot. The general rule of thumb is simply, if it was easy to kill a lich, you probably didn't kill them. And they have just woken up somewhere else. Because the dangerous part about a lich is generally not their physical body, it's their knowledge, their information. So, in this case, the book you're reading, which I think ends up being more of a multi-purpose how to hunt undead book, like, series, that kind of works its way up from, like, alright, zombies, here's what you do. Vampires, here's what you do. And then they've got a whole book on liches, specifically. So, in that tome, their recommendations are that you destroy their facilities. You make it so that they simply can't wake up again. Which requires an amount of time and planning. You also have to know where that is, which is not easy. But once you have destroyed their cloning facilities, preferably discreetly, then when you get into a proper confrontation with them, and presumably kill them, then they are dead. And they will not resurrect. But there is a note here that this requires time and planning. You got to make sure you get all of them. Particularly sneaky liches tend to have more than one cloning facility. Although, like, one is usually enough, especially if it's well hidden. A lot of liches also have a hard time just with the resources required to grow more than one. It's also inconsistent when the lich dies which body they will get into. So if you only have one, you know which one you're going into, which is usually important. It also, which is not necessarily helpful when it comes to actually fighting a lich, which is the other half of the book. The recommendations herein are largely on divine power is usually particularly useful, particularly like legendary items, weapons, enchantments. Deities in the domains of life and death and undeath are like usually vital and powerful assets when actually fighting proper liches. But also notes that like utility is very inconsistent. Trying to like wield divine power or ask a god for help is not a you don't always get great answers. But it says that it is the most relevant, the most straightforwardly powerful way to do it. The other way is just to destroy, they literally recommend demoralizing the lich. Like, anyway, if you can destroy everything they've done, this recommends in the case of some kind of lich king, which seems to happen surprisingly frequently, is like, go to war. Go to war and win, and they no longer have a kingdom, and they're way easier to fight. Which kind of suggests to you that this book is probably on the timescale of dragons, and not humanoids. because that is both a lot of time and resources and death involved to kill a single lich. So, greatest recommendations there, to summarize, are relevantly aligned divine magic and or aid, preemptively destroying any available clones, and because the way liches tend to regenerate is by the transportation of their soul, having a way to intercept the soul when it leaves their body when you kill them for the first time.
Okay.
So, Zeron, that was a 25, right?
Another 25, yeah.
So the base knowledge here really is just like a necropolis is a city that now has undead things in it. A lot of them, like, very few necropolis are purpose-built. Most of them are taken over. Though, frequently after a city has turned into a necropolis, once a metropolis has turned into a necropolis, modifications begin to be made by whoever is controlling it. Frequently there is still some amount of living population in it. Most necromancers that form necropolis tend to have servants or allies, or otherwise are just trying to keep up appearances by having some number of living people in them. But stuff like, I mean, hey, undead people don't need undead bodies, frankly. Don't need housing. They don't need food. Farms tend to suffer and rot. A lot of the surrounding land untended tends to turn into, like, swamps and mires, making it harder to navigate, which is just better for the necromancer, because it's harder to march armies into a necropolis when the surrounding land both sucks and cannot be looted for resources to sustain the attacking army. And insofar as the how to get rid of them, is a medium to a simple but not that simple actually answer of just kill the lich, or necromancer, because all the undead bound to the necromancer will no longer be undead when the person who made them undead is slain. So just do that. Again, feels a little bit like it was written from the perspective of dragons, of why does not the large dragon simply eat the necromancer? But the you get some pretty solid insight on what you're probably looking at when it comes to the pinnacle. At this point, given the time scale you understand, there's kind of an interim average timeline in the book you're reading about, like, the changes a city will go through over time of being a necropolis, of being an undead city. And those being, like, the depletion of the population, almost definitely already happened. Increasing of military defenses, in lieu of any kind of practical navigation to make it much, much harder to siege with traditional armies, has almost definitely already happened. The transformation of whatever main city, tower, castle, etc., into a necromancer's home base to do whatever they want, whether that be laboratories, magic, art, whatever that particular necromancer madman is into, has almost definitely fully converted that space to do that thing in particular. And then the last of those being just, like, reinforcing with elites. So in the context of most necromancers, that means, like, oh, well, we've got all these human zombies. Why don't we simply get, like, I don't know, ogre zombies, and giant zombies, and, like, tiger zombies, and stuff like that. Given the context of what you know here, it sounds like Dvorak has chosen dragons. As, alright, we've got a standing undead army, I've got all the, like, normies I could ever want to try and repel some kind of assault, so I'm gonna do what I think is appropriate, and I'm just gonna get a whole bunch of undead dragons to protect this place with me, if at all possible. seems that plan has been ongoing for a bit, but like, that seems the stage at which this is. The only stage of necropolis remaining after that being just like, they do what they want to. Like, whatever their goal is, they will accomplish if it gets past that point. Or they will attempt to accomplish, at least. The book notes that most of these tend to be a seat of military power, but they can also be a wide variety of things. Some necromancers just want, like, solitude, like ultimate solitude, or, in the rare case, like, doing weird art stuff.
Fuck, okay.
The recommendations are like, yeah, if you're not a dragon, infiltration. Like, get a small team in there, take out a lich. Have support if you need to, but, like, it basically just says if you try to fight this normally with, like, an army, you're gonna lose. The whole point is defense.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of figured. Alright.
So you're saying that Dvorak is creating an undead army. Is he also using the dragons as clone things, or does he make the clones? I don't know how the spell works. They talk about it, but I don't get it.
I don't know. Wait, is Hassan here?
No, Hassan should be in the bug section with Toshi. I don't know if he's told any of you this yet.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Unlikely.
I don't know what he plans to use with the undead dragons. They could be clones. Unlikely, but it could be. This is also needlessly complicated.
Well, from what you're telling me, it sounds like we go into... Excuse me, burping. We go into the city, and we kill him, and we make sure that before we do that, we've stopped all of his clones from being able to function, and that should be that. I mean, we're pretty good at the killing part of stuff. I mean, Hassan can summon like cannons and shit now, so.
Yes.
You look
that
at
is true.
Zeron, you look over at like the book Loka is reading, which is open to the page on fighting liches, and there's just like avoid direct confrontation at all costs, like underlined 4 times.
Yes, we are very good at, as you put it, killing things. However, we will most certainly die if we go in as we are now. You are right, if Dvorak is, as the tomes might imply, if he is a Dracolich or a Dracodemilich or any sort of step on lichdom, that almost spells certain death for us. Almost. We'd have to find any clones, any... What's the words they call it? Phylactery?
Philifactor?
Sure, that's any philifactors, any buildings, storerooms, anything that could possibly house even a fraction of part of him or soul piece of clone. I don't know. It's a lot.
You're supposed to be the smart one.
You think I'm smart? Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But oh my god, no, I'm not here.
I mean, Hassan isn't here, so between the two of us, I think it's supposed
Between
to
the
be
two of
you.
us, we are fucked.
Oh my god.
That got me.
Well, thank you for that glowing recommendation on our future success. Or lack thereof, actually, I think.
I went into all of this not even knowing what I was looking for, and now that I've read so much, I still don't know what I'm looking for. Honestly, my head just hurts looking at these words. If I have to see the combination of Lich any more times, I'm going to tear my own hair out, I swear.
Well, at least now I understand why and how you got associated with Emra. So, that's good to know.
I don't know if I like what you are implying there.
I don't suppose that you would, but I don't think you know what I'm implying, so...
You know what? And they close the book. I just found out that I have plenty of time to hear you out. I have just enough time now. Please, enlighten me.
So, before... So... Like, you know, never mind, Zoran. We don't need to get into it.
No, please, voice your opinions. I would love to hear it.
I'm just saying, because you said that you weren't smart, and it does seem kind of stupid to get involved with an extraplanar deity who forces you to sign a contract to grant supernatural powers beyond one's comprehension. I don't know, something about that just seemed kind of shady to me.
I did not get the powers I do now because I wanted to be more intelligent. But thank you for putting very little faith in me.
Look,
No. I asked for your opinion.
I just want to let you know that you had no faith in us, so I just wanted to reciprocate and show you how little faith I have in you too.
Oh, thank you so much. I super do not appreciate it.
I was hoping that this would be like a nice little moment of bonding between the two of us. And I think it works really well. So I'm really glad we had this conversation, Zoran.
I am too.
Well, on that note, I'll leave you your studies. Clearly, you need some more time. I think I got this figured out, so I'm gonna go get some sleep, and we can circle back in the morning or something.
You'll find me in the self-help section tomorrow.
Okay, well, have fun!
How to be intelligent.
And a good night to you, Loka.
Loka is going to... is there anything else I want to do with Loka, really? No.
It's getting pretty late.
I think he's just gonna head to bed.
I was gonna say, I feel like at a certain point, maybe like right after that conversation, everyone hears, okay, my internal clock is saying that it's very, very late, and I'm over it. Reconvene soon?
Yeah, it feels like about time.
Anyone near the fish section can start to smell something cooking, clearly, from the side room you have selected to be your home base.
Food.
Yep. will make their way back.
Loka investigates.
You see Zaraj over a large cooking pot in the center of the room. And next to that large cooking pot is a smaller cooking pot. And in the large appears to be just a hearty stew, some foraged vegetables. He has kindly not brought in the rest of the viscera, but has hunted and cleaned a velocivulture, which has shockingly enough meat, and it's really here to flavor the stew more than it is to like be its own component necessarily. But he's got like a few potatoes, clearly a lot of stuff pulled from his own rations. And then in the smaller pot next to it, he has a non-velocivulture vegetable stew with a number of mushrooms and other herbs and things in it.
Aw.
Oh, here, have a seat. Feel free to grab. It's basically just staying warm at this point. So whenever you want, feel free to grab some.
Awfully generous of you.
You all seem to be in your own thing, and I've spent enough time down here to know I don't have much that I'm looking for at the moment. So, just thought I'd help.
So
You go ahead.
yeah, thank you, Loka. Thank you, deferring to me.
No. That was not Loka deferring to you. Trust
I
me.
know. I know.
Loka would cut you off for a Snickers bar. Like,
Oh, he'd do it for free.
that's
He
probably
does
true,
do
too.
it for free,
He does
consistently.
it.
This is not a hypothetical.
Yeah.
So, comparing notes, I found the last of Ignith's texts before they died, or rather, I'm suspecting a rather pitiful death. That they very much were obsessed with the idea of clone creation. And this was something he was very much assisted by his acolytes. And if indeed that Dvorak did study under Ignith under the name of Neville, then he, by logic, would know how to create clones himself.
Oh, good. That's...
Which, given the amount of Zaraj, I'm suspecting what happened to all the hoards, the gold, I'm suspecting was shipped back or sent back or something. But if that's the case, then he would no doubt have access to more than enough funds to create several different possible vessels for which to recreate himself in the case of his demise.
I mean, he's technically a long-lived wizard king, no? I imagine his hoard is mostly stolen and also immense.
Yes. That being
Oh my
said,
god.
so any attempts to take him down would of course have to start with the clones, otherwise it is futile. Furthermore, any clone after the destruction of his vessels, we would have to, wherever they may be, we would have to coordinate it such that Dvorak falls within 15 days. Because, despite his madness, Ignith and his disciples found that with enough funds, you could shorten the incubation time to 15 days. So this would have to be coordinated. So if he is not dead within 15 days, he could he could very much have another created ready.
A woefully narrow window?
Yes. Well, plus whatever time it takes to create the vessel, but
I was about to say, so relevantly in that, the like gestation period is the only thing shortened.
yeah.
Developing the facilities is a great cost, and if this person is a dragon and they want to be an adult dragon when they wake up, those facilities are going to have to be massive.
The size of
like an entire building, like maybe even the size of a castle, right? Like something huge, like the size of it has to be at minimum the size of an adult dragon.
I'm sure that exists within the necropolis, though, right? Like, that would be something that...
It's most likely.
I have thoughts. Maybe we'll get into.
Okay, you realize, because something he said that you just said made me realize that, we're gonna be so rich if we kill the Vorak. Like, you're right, he has so much money that, for all these stolen dragon hordes that I could fill my bag of holding with all of that gold and I'd never be able to spend it all. Oh, that's...
I'm happy that's what you've taken away from this, Loka.
You've had so much luck spending large amounts of money. I'm sure you would love to do that over and over again.
Look, I got cursed one time. It's not guaranteed to happen every time.
One time is, frankly, a lot of times, all things considered.
Besides, I spent more money getting the stuff for the tavern set up, and I didn't get cursed. Well, I mean, there is a ghost in there. God damn it, Pasmina, why did you have to say something?
Because I'm always right.
He's gonna throw something at you. Something light.
She'll catch it.
Just weird.
Good arm.
And so, what else did you all figure out? In the necropolis, you were in the undead section. I'm supposing you were. If Loka was talking about necropolis, I suppose you were studying that.
Well, Zoran was studying that, but he says he's too stupid to understand it. So.
Thank you for telling everyone.
Oh, hi, Zoran!
Diane.
I did not realize you were back.
They just step in, like, through the portal, like, right as this is happening.
I mean, well, you know what? I said what I said. So, hopefully Zoran can
you're
explain
entirely valid for it. Thank you for your opinion.
Everybody always appreciates them.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it is very much, if there's a necropolis, take out the lich or necromancer that's made one. It goes into a little bit about them, but it's more the practical side of things, of just how they are made. Nothing super concrete, I should say. I'm trying to look a little further in, but it's proving difficult.
Even having some theory, some inkling of how to even think about these things isn't such a bad thing. It seems kind of useful.
Is what I'm thinking too.
If there's even a way to frame, how we should be, the order of operations, or, anything like that, then that's not nothing.
I was looking up necropolises, liches, draco-liches, demi-liches, pretty much anything under the sun.
So,
revolving about lichdom.
So the book says simply destroy the Lich. It just how does this suggest going about, if any, doing this?
Picking out workshops, clones, and other vessels used to house bits and pieces of said lich
So
is the
basically what
first step.
Heisan was researching just before.
And then many, many, many subtext saying, do not engage. Because shocking.
Notably low, and then the divine intervention bits that Loka read out.
Yeah.
Divine intervention bits. What was that again?
Just that if you're going to fight, like, if you fight head on, that's going to be a problem. But if you've got help, like enchantments, legendary items, clerics, gods, etc.
Alright.
So maybe we could, like, maybe if we could get a sending stone to the Raven Queen, maybe she would help us?
Does the Raven Queen even require something as petty as a sending stone? I figured
We already
someone
have
of
the
that
feather.
power could...
We already have the feathers. We could always simply tell them what we know, and we'd have the... And I'm sure one way or another they would begin working towards the same goal we are.
Right.
Furthermore, we already know multiple dragons that can help us. If we can convince them. Or a dragon, at least, that needs convincing.
I suppose I could ask Thing and Srisk, but I don't know if I want to do that.
I personally can't imagine this being accomplished without a massive force. Like an army size force.
You're thinking too large, Heisan. If you're gonna take down something big, you gotta leave it to someone like me who knows how to take down big things with just a few people. It's called tactical precision, and the only reason I know what that means is because Srisk is really good at it, and he's actually better at it than I am, and he would always tell me what to do. So maybe I'm not the right person for it, but I do know the right person to talk to about it.
Well, that's good.
I was also kind of hoping that if we're really going to get into all of this, that it wouldn't turn into a large-scale thing, that the point would be to avoid that at all costs. Prevent it from getting to that point.
I suppose you're right.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, because the alternative is that we have, like, Matla, and we have,
oh shit, what's the, desert city called?
Elthra.
God, thank you.
You're welcome.
so we have, like, Matla and Althra, like, all of their cities, like, their armies marched into battle, and then they all die.
Peshmina doing
get
air
raised
quotes
from the
at
dead.
armies. Right.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they go in, they fight, they get burned alive by necrotic dragons, and then they get raised back from the dead by the Lich, and then all of a sudden there's armies worth of people that now are fighting against us.
Peshmina's just covering her ears. She does not even want to consider this possibility.
So that's if there's multiple locations or something, then we should. And we've only got 15 days, and we should hit all of them at the same time. Followed immediately by going to the city, the city with the name, the necropolis one, and
The pinnacle?
yeah, the pinnacle, and then we just beat the shit out of the lich thing until it dies and its soul can't resurrect because there's nothing for it to go back into, and then we steal all of its money and live happily ever after.
Honestly, that is kind of the broad strokes of what it sounds like we need to do. I have questions like, how do we locate these possible facilities or clones? How many could there possibly be throughout the land?
Do you think Astior would have any ability to, like, scry on that kind of stuff, or...?
If Dvorak is a wizard worth his weight in mass, then I figure it might be more complicated than that, but I suppose there's no harm in asking.
Ziraj? Ziraj, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, you've just been so quiet that you might have known.
The fire is mesmerizing. Sorry, I got lost in that for a second.
Do you know anything about... Have you ever hunted any, like, undead lich things?
I have hunted undead, and I have hunted dragons. I have not done them at the same time.
Have you hunted undead that have, like...
Vampires, yes. Liches, no. By vampires, I mean vampire, singular. Arrows doused in holy water was the plan. I got a lot of support from the clerics of Bahamut on that front. And it was more of I was 300 feet away and fired an arrow through a window into a coffin, and that was about it. The lead up to that was a lot more exciting than the execution. That, and then dragons is just don't die. I know that sounds harsh, but insofar as not getting caught by them, not getting grabbed by them, staying out of their range, as the small creatures we are, is hugely important to wearing them down over time. The dragons I have fought, what few I have fought, were so proud as to... all they had to do was fly away, right? But they were so proud as to not want to admit defeat that they refused to disengage until they were put in mortal peril to the extent that I could finish them off. Those being the Elder in Thunder Tree. I hunted a dragon with my mentor here in the mountains. And I helped locate and plan, but did not actually participate in the hunt for Ruda in the Natskog. I came to understand he had died some time ago before we had planned to find him. And the failed attempt on Zerga. It sounds like part of the bigger threat, to what I'm hearing, strategically, is getting Dvorak alone. Whether by surprise, circumstance, or planning. I would say attrition normally, but I don't think that's an option here.
It does seem like the things that would advantage you in other fights might not be an option in this one.
No. I would be less concerned with the hordes, as I imagine trying to command that many entities while in combat, if we were to send in some kind of small team to affront the pinnacle, would be kind of out of the question. I think I would be more concerned about his generals. You said you'd seen what used to be the Elder, now an undead servant of his. You'd mentioned reports of gray shapes over skies over Matla, so there's probably at least 2 now.
2 that we know of, 1 that we've encountered more intimately.
So any way we could guarantee that they're not around?
Only if they were distracted by some larger threat.
I hate to suggest it, but they have been sicked upon Matla before. Or threatened to be unleashed upon Matla. If they're maybe not even in Matla, but flying to it, they won't be in the pinnacle.
So let it get as dire as war comes to Matla, and at the time that that's happening, we also go straight to the pinnacle.
Right.
There are other options we have. We can present him threats other than Matla.
I would hope so. But just stating the options we have therein. I would hope to... I mentioned the holy water and arrows. Acquiring some tools, blessings, or allies that would make... beyond the removal of the Lich's clones... making the act of killing him feasible at all, I think is going to be necessary. Something that could make him vulnerable, or allow us a greater advantage over him somehow. I could go back to those clerics of Bahamut to see... well, first if they believe the story, but then otherwise if they would be willing to help. Though the scale difference here, I think, is of some concern.
If not, we can possibly always try to find other implements. We have an infinite wealth of knowledge here to pick through. Surely there are texts about items of power and where they might reside.
Ooh.
That
We
tracks
just
to me.
need to know what to look for.
You'd made
We
brief
also-
mention...
We also know... Zaraj, don't listen to this part. Cover your ears.
Just sending stone at Loka.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so
Oversending stone.
we also know, like, 3 or 4 different dragons who have 3 or 4 different hordes, and may or may not have big super holy weapons that you might be willing to part with on a loan sort of basis.
Zerga is not battle ready, I will say that for one.
I'm
Then
not
he-
saying that they join us for battle, I'm saying that they have weapons in their hordes that may or may not help.
Sure. We can always look through Faye's horde. I've written letters to
Tothrin?
Tothrin.
Delay before. He has not responded yet regarding the threats to Matla, although I can certainly try again. Furthermore, it's also important to note that what the nature of those hordes may be. Tothrin Delay's horde is the library, or the libraries and facilities he makes. Although I would have to interrogate him on that. Oh, not that's another more aggressive word. Zerga's hoard is destroyed and was
Well,
simply
at least
paintings.
buried, but yeah,
Was also
more or
mostly
less.
paintings. Fayhues we could get what we need from, I would hope.
I mean, push comes to shove, they are, even if they don't have the items themselves, they have the resources to acquire such items. I've been meaning kind of... I think she'll come out of sending for this. I've been meaning to say, Zeron, since you've taken my advice so seriously, maybe we should send that, kind of nods to the bow, to Han.
I think they almost blush slightly just of embarrassment that, like, that's being mentioned. I suppose. Here. And they'll take the short bow and just kind of, like, hand it over. I don't know how much use it will do, but
It will certainly come back more powerful.
as it will.
Maybe Zaraj could show you how to make dragon slaying arrows or something? Or like undead dragon slaying arrows?
I have been meaning to ask Zaraj, your arrows, do they have a special quality to them?
Some of them. It takes a long time to craft arrows for particular types. Usually it involves unique components.
Okay. Although the normal arrows from the root itself, those don't have any special properties to them.
Mundane but high quality.
Mundane but high quality.
So it's not as though the material is
Inherently.
specifically, yeah.
No, I find it easier for part of the process. If you'd like, I can spend time researching what would be required to create an arrow of lich slaying.
That would be most useful.
Certainly. Unlikely to be easy, and may take some time, but
Nothing ever is.
But I've done it before. Not of liches particular, but a wide variety of other creatures. I can't imagine this would be... And you'd want me to make it for the short bow? Much faster when they don't have to be 4 feet long.
Certainly preferable, I imagine.
Are you the most proficient with a bow here? Kind of gestures to you, Zeron.
I don't know about that.
He
Needs must.
From what I heard, he impressed some of your cohorts down in... I don't know if they were your cohorts. Some Brodorish Rangers. He did some very impressive trick shooting, from what I
Did do a
hear.
very good
really
job.
Wasn't that impressive.
It was pretty damn good.
Luckily, with the arrows of slaying, you only need to strike true once. They're not guaranteed to kill or anything, but they may be able to knock your opponent down a peg considerably. Especially if they're not expecting it. It's a great way to start a fight.
I was never good at magic growing up. The one thing I ended up slightly taking to was a short bow.
I'm better young than old. Then I'll consider that my next day's work. I'll do my best.
Very well.
Ziraj, there wouldn't happen to be a teleportation circle within this archive, would there?
Not an active one. I heard there mention of one in the antechamber on the way in, but I'd never been able to identify it, read it, use it. I'm not much of a caster, nor was my mentor.
I'll look for that as well. But that's, I'm guessing, for another day. I think we need to rest.
It could be reasonable to retire. I'll leave the fire on. Feel free to take stew as you must. I think there's enough for today and the morrow, so.
Thank you.
Of course. Alright. Beauty sleep time. We'll strip his armor, get down to just like normal clothes. Throws a blanket on, falls down, out like a light. Instantaneous sleep.
Kind of looks to Zoran. Oh, did you want help sort of drafting a request for Han?
You've spoken with them much more than I have. That would be much appreciated.
True. Maybe they'll be amenable to some kind of deal, considering the amount of commerce we seem to have supplied them with.
I hope so.
Peshmina will start drafting just a very short letter to Han, and then send the bow and all of it together to them.
Sounds good.
Probably at some cost. Because
I think actually very quickly you get a letter back. Just like a quick request of like, hey, got the bow. Absolutely happy to use that, enchant it, etc. Just a quick question on what you're looking for. I can do... I'm just gonna like mechanically give you the options here. Depending on how much money you're willing to spend, if I remember correctly, I might have to dig back in my notes for prices, but I believe it was 100 gold for just base +1 enchantment, 250 for something extra, 500 for +2, and 750 for +2 and something extra. And then I think they're asking, like, what do you want and how intense do you want it? And they're looking specifically for, do you want just base enchantment, +1 and +2, etc., which would be 100 and 500. Or do you want fancy stuff? I can make it more accurate, but not do more damage. Or I can make it, like, do more damage, but not be more accurate. Meaning it would potentially have, like, more than a +2 to accuracy in some circumstances, but wouldn't necessarily have the, like, +X to damage. So it could make it more consistent, but not necessarily hit as hard. Or can make it hit significantly harder, but it would be harder to hit with it.
Would it give me a minus modifier for accuracy?
It would never give you a minus modifier. It just wouldn't give you as much as otherwise.
Because I already have a decent hit modifier, just as it is right now. So,
Makes
okay,
sense.
if I did a +1 plus an enchantment, it would be roughly 350?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to leave that up to the party, because I'm the one holding on to the party funds. Because technically, yes, I can do it. However, this is everyone's money.
Peshmina's gonna advocate for whatever the best possible option for you, basically.
Because I could,
like, if we have the money, then
I could do a
she does not
+2
care.
plus an enchantment. I can. That would be most of our party's money, though.
Maybe we should try looking for other options before we immediately go for a custom enchantment. Like, again, maybe we should look up some weapons of power or when to find them, or maybe go through Feyhu's Horde.
Possible. just, I guess, a side note, I can only use short bows. I am not proficient in long bows. Which kind of limits a lot of archery options right there.
Zeron is not as powerful without his magic.
It'll take
And
some
really
time, and
without.
Han probably won't charge you until it's done, so if you want to send it off and figure that out later, totally fine.
I would say it's probably also push comes to shove, we'd be like, hey Mama Fahue, we are getting tight on funds. Can you help your little hirees out?
How about this? I have some gems that will cover the cost of a level 1, like just a +1. It would be 100 gold for just a +1, correct?
Yep.
I'm gonna get rid of one of my gems then.
Alright.
Which costs 100 gold. If that is an acceptable thing that Han will take, I'll get a +1 enchantment. Just to have it.
Yeah, Han's happy. Han's happy to haggle for that. That sounds great.
Okay. So I will remove one of those from my inventory.
If you ever want more work done, you can just keep sending it back.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll probably take a day until it's done.
That's fine. I'm gonna add it to my inventory just so I have it, because I will forget.
Please do. Alright. Then everyone good to settle for the night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I have some things I want to do.
Alright.
Pashmina acts like she's going to settle down, like she lays down and gets cozy and everything, and then waits for everyone else to fall asleep.
Zeron, you sleeping?
You think I sleep?
I figured Zeron would not sleep.
Never.
She'll wait until everyone but Zeron falls asleep.
Never.
Yeah, I figured as much. Believing everyone else but Zeron to be asleep at least, she's going to get up, grab her bag, and casually leave. I don't even think she necessarily acknowledges Zeron.
I think they look up from what they were probably like brought a stack of the books with them, or just kind of like very casually flipping through. They definitely notice and look up and just kind of like single eyebrow up, but aren't explicitly saying anything as to not wake anyone else up.
I think over Sending Stones, visibly she just kind of gives you a little, like, smile and wave, and then over Sending Stones, just, need to, nature calls, lady business, all that.
Of course.
She's gonna keep going.
Yep. Does not question. Does not
yeah,
keep going.
okay.
Just continues doing what they're doing.
I'll throw out that you could do an insight on that, but
I don't know if they would want to. Just out of principle, I think they're just like, yep, got it, not a problem.
Perfect. That's exactly what she was hoping for.
Yeah, I think I won't roll. Unless it's been like 20 minutes or like what happened.
It might take a minute. She's basically, the most important things are Calcion's feather, and the book she got. But she's taking basically all of her stuff with her to kind of mask that she's bringing those things specifically. She is going to find a room, not too far away, but far away enough that she believes that it wouldn't create enough noise to be, like, overheard.
Sure.
like light a candle and stuff, so it's not just horribly dark. She can see well enough in the dark, but is about to summon someone else there. Does not want it to be pitch black. I feel like she holds the feather, but doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it takes, I think give me an Arcana check.
Maybe? Yeah, that's a 7.
It hard to say right away. I think just the act of holding it helps you a lot. But it's pretty clear you don't super know what you're doing here or with this necessarily. But I think after... Give me a few suggestions of what you're going to try to do with this feather.
Is it, like... I guess what are the properties of this object? Like, is it, like,
it's physical,
brittle?
it's very light. It kind of waves in the air if you move it. It's pitch black. It leaves a little bit of a trail behind it from the tip of the feather when you move it.
Oh, interesting. And it's definitely not meant to be like a quill. It's not as though she's meant to, like, write with this object. Or,
Unlikely.
Okay.
But there does seem to be some amount of, like, trace from the tip of it.
I guess she kind of starts by, like... It has this sort of, like, after-image effect? Like a trail?
Yeah.
She tries making a circle.
Yeah. You make like an arc with it, and you see like it's almost like you are cutting through space in front of you with the tip of the quill. The circle doesn't look to be like quite the right shape. It seems to want something a little bit more direct than that.
More direct. A door?
Another arc. Doesn't quite seem to get what you want out of it.
More direct, more direct. What are you saying? What?
There's a dog in my room. What do you want me to do?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were like trying to get my attention.
Oh no.
More direct than like a door.
Simpler.
Simpler, okay. But not a circle.
Not a circle.
Then just a line. Just a long line, like from head to toe.
You do one long stroke, and it seems to slash through space in front of you like a cut. And you're kind of stood there waiting for a moment, maybe a few moments. And then you can like just vaguely see movement. The space seems to have parted in front of you, and you can see into like a very dark kind of monotonic realm. Kind of tall stone cliffs, drooping willow trees, paved cobble paths, all seemingly mostly devoid of color. But after a period of time, you see movement from within it, and walking down that path and eventually through the slash you have made is Calcion, who steps out in front of you. Just kind of looks around curiously and then at you and around again, just like, alone? That's fine, just curious.
Well, not too alone, as it were. They're around.
I see. Likewise, a chosen messenger, then? Someone after my own occupation, or... Please enlighten me as to what's going on.
A lot of that depends on... Well, I have questions that I hope you'll have answers to.
I'll do my best. I won't know until you ask.
The first of which being, how are you after? Have you recovered well?
Quite well. I am much the same. I am back to my normal level of stasis. I have a lot of work that I need to catch up on. But all in due time. No rush.
Well, that's good.
And yourself?
Well enough, all things considered. I should probably let you know if... I don't know if this is something maybe you've figured out for yourself already, but... he's gone.
He's come across our halls.
I had wondered. What, happens to someone like that?
Bit of an imprecise inquiry.
I don't really know how else to ask it.
You mean in the sense of where people go after they pass?
Sure.
Variable. Can't say I would know. We do some amount of ushering from place to place, but we rarely know who or where or why.
Odd. Well, I hope the fact brings you any comfort, or none. However you decide to feel about it.
Closure, maybe. Would you mind if I sit?
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry that this is not... She kind of looks around and realizes it's not one of the cushier rooms.
She folds her wings behind her back and kind of summons a spectral stool to just kind of perch on.
I think Peshmina just kind of tucks her legs under, sits kind of like on her knees. You were telling me a little bit about the conflict between the two of you. But unfortunately there wasn't much time. We had to act swiftly. I suppose I wonder just what started it all?
A vision, and the interpretation therein. Both worshippers of Bahamut. And we saw the end of things at the time. I saw the end of things. And I believed it to be, well, what I recognize now as a somewhat narrow perspective, in that, it was the end of Bahamut, the end of that deity, as known, at least. And for us, that was the end of the world. So you have your god die, is the apocalypse. We disagreed upon its interpretation. I sought to accept, and wait for his return to us when we too should pass, and he decided to fight. He wanted to change that fate. As far as I know, it may still yet come to pass. Split our followers, those who could accept the mere concept of the passing of their god. Can't say it's easy. I understand not upholding belief in that context, but after that it just became petty politics.
I don't suppose you know what happened to the rest of your branch of the order?
Some are with me. Several. A non-zero. I mentioned wanting to embrace Bahamut when he fell. That led us to the Queen. To meet him when he passed.
The Raven Queen.
Indeed. What better place to wait for his passing than the first place everyone goes?
May I ask how that came to be? How you became allied with her?
Through some dubiously savory magics, my party and I ventured into the Shadowfell and ventured a great distance through it, and suffered a number of torments along the way in order to find her. And when we did, some of us chose to pledge ourselves to her, and she accepted some of us.
This feels like maybe a difficult or insensitive question, but I don't really know how else to ask it. When you say went through an amount of dubious magics and traveling and suffering and whatnot, are you still considered mortal, alive?
Not in a way that matters. Largely spiritual, somewhat physical, but largely unmoored from the physical. We're of the Shadowfell now. We're as mortal as elementals. As the wind spirits and the water weirds. We have physical form, but this is not our place anymore.
So, being harmed, you would simply be sent back?
Depending on the form of harm. There are ways to send us past all these worlds, though it's complex. We are not spirits yet, not pure souls. Though, should we become as such, we may simply get intercepted by our queen. Put back to work.
Is that the only method you know of becoming one of her agents, emissaries?
She is not... Unlike some, especially those most known on the mortal planes, the Queen does not exactly recruit. It's not exactly a formal way of becoming an acolyte. Don't tell me you're interested.
From what you've said, not in... Not
it has
the way
its own
you
appeals,
have.
but the Shadowfell is not a pleasant place for mortals.
To put it in very frank terms, I don't even think I have the time to do such a thing, considering the goals that I have in mind.
Well, very luckily, time moves very slowly in the Shadowfell, so...
Oh. Good news indeed. She looks very dour as she says that.
You have no idea whether or not Calcion was attempting to make a joke or not.
So it's not as though anyone just becomes a cleric of the Raven Queen, or...
Not frequently. Some worship her, though cleric would be a strong word for most of those. She tends to borrow from the divine prayers of Nephthys, the goddess of grief. Tends to get some amount of side praise, but for the most part, she performs a task. As is her lot in... Well, again, the Shadowfell. She does not partake in the higher planes, nor the lower ones.
Her task being shepherding those who have passed and...
Effectively. Number of personifications across time and culture. Couriers, messengers, boatmen, and the like. They pass here before going elsewhere, often without even knowing. She likes to collect, observe, occasionally intercept, meddle, as is her wont, but they always end up where they need to go.
I understand that she has a particular distaste in necromantic activity.
Very much so. Tends to clog things up. It's a... when you interfere with the flow of life and death, more is affected than just yourself. And that's terribly inconvenient.
Then you're likely aware that there is a Dracolich.
We are.
And I figure that the attitude towards such is not good.
No. Not positive. You wouldn't happen to be allies, would you? That'd be
No,
deeply
in
unfortunate.
fact, that's rather why I wanted to speak to someone so closely aligned with her. I have a lot of reasons to. There are things I want to prevent. I guess what I'm wondering is I don't think I could do what it is that you have done or do. But I need to do something.
In regards to this glitch.
Yes.
Not exactly cleric material. Don't seem particularly devotish. However, I could see if the Queen's in leagues for... What is it that they do when they need some kind of divine... A champion?
Oh, that sounds... like a lot of responsibility?
We can go with mercenary, if you'd prefer.
I'll take champion over that, I think.
As you wish. It's not exactly a formal title, but if you're willing to put energy into making this lich gone, like I said, with the and frankly, they're not the only undead that cause a problem. The density, the backflow is deeply unfortunate. It makes the entire web of getting people where they need to go a detangling mess. So if you could take that off of our hands, you and your friends, potentially, it's assuming you said they're nearby, right? Suspicious?
They are. They're just in another room, but they're resting currently.
Certainly.
And so to be quite honest with you about, there's another reason why I wanted to speak just you and I, at least at first. To first address what you've just mentioned, I'm willing to do many things if it means keeping tragedy from befalling my homeland. From all of Gaiul.
Noble of you. Though not uncommon.
Not noble, just natural. I am. But more. I have a companion who, he is very dear to me. He's a good person deep down. But in our efforts to stop this Draco Lich, he's taken it upon himself to do an amount of research that we don't find particularly savory. On one hand, I see the necessity of it. I do agree that it makes us stronger for having that knowledge, but in the other hand, I can tell that it weighs heavy on him. He does not particularly like it, but he also just has a near unstoppable thirst for knowledge. Whatever form it takes. If I were to take on this role, hypothetically, I guess I would want it to be understood that I will do anything and everything in my power, but it is not one of my goals to fully intercept him, to undermine him.
I think in the priority of threats to my queen's kingdom, your friend dabbling is luckily a low priority.
So, not so much of a conflict of interests.
If things should escalate, I cannot guarantee his safety, but it sounds like as a very concerned companion such as yourself would be...
If things truly were to escalate to that point, I think I would be making efforts to curb it, but...
I'd hope so.
Then, with that more or less out of the way, I feel a little more comfortable continuing this line of thought.
Good. And knowledge of the enemy is a valuable thing. Sometimes that can come a little too close and be a corrupting force, but if used appropriately, I'm sure we'll have no problems. So then, are you coming to me and my queen looking for something for yourself, or would you like to... Should I return when we might discuss strategy with your compatriots?
I'll be honest, I don't think I had considered all of this being a possibility yet, so, I think I will... The problem is, I'm starting to get impatient, and that's... I guess I just want to know that I can handle anything that comes my way. And that I don't have the privilege of knowing that I'll have the time to think this over, so... I guess I'm curious what it is I'm being offered right here, right now.
Oh, I suppose nothing in the very immediate sense. But should you, as acting champion, if that is, or any of your compatriots, frankly, if they would wish to be likewise trained, I would not mind departing some amount of knowledge and technique from those bound to the Raven Queen, of her agents and emissaries of the various Shadow Kai. Most useful to those of you with a proclivity for the physical. Unfortunately, you would not be able to take advantage of the majority of our techniques without giving yourself to the Shadowfell, which I, despite its cold embrace, cannot recommend. It's not until you're more desperate, presumably.
I won't say it's not an option, but it's certainly not my first.
I think I'd have to run that upstairs first as well. Most of this I can do for you myself, and the Queen need only know what is done in retrospect or in passing.
I'll let my friends know that we've spoken.
Excellent. Then I suppose the conversation is over. Keep the feather. Keep in touch. I'll be around. Jewel.
Good night.
It is, isn't it? She will disappear back through the slice, which seals up behind her. You're left holding the quill again. Not quill, feather.
Okay, cool. That probably took a while, Zeron, if you start getting curious or inquisitive or
they've
worried.
already started packing things up, and they are going to go look.
Oh god,
for
okay.
Shmina. So I think it's like if you start coming back, you see him frantically looking around.
Everything all right?
Goodness, yes. Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Like I said, just lady business.
I hate playing a gentleman because they're not gonna ask any more further. Hate it.
Yes. So good.
I was worried you lost your way. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks for the welcome party.
Sorry. Good night. I'm gonna do a little more reading. I think. I can walk you back to the. It's like right here.
Well, just right. It's.
It's.
You're sweet. Let's get some rest.
Worried.
No, that's fair. Things have been odd. We were even talking about it before. I don't think being on high alert is such a bad thing right now.
Of course. Try and sleep well now.
I know you don't necessarily need to sleep, but at least make sure you get any rest.
I may try. Thank you.
Gives Ron just like a kiss on the cheek and then goes back to bed, as if nothing had ever happened.
They're not gonna ask questions. They are. Congrats.
I want at least Eli to know that this technique has been used on Heisan like 10 billion times over. just like, oh, I need you to not be nosy right now. Lady stuff, whatever. Lady talk. Nah. No boys allowed.
Okay. Biology calls, I suppose.
I'm playing the one character who would not bat an eye over that. Just like, yep, get it, totally fine. They're worried, they're concerned, but they're like, nope, it's fine. It'll be worse for me if I ask. So I'm going to shut up.
Amazing. Then yeah, night passes. You may sleep as long as you wish. You get a full night's rest, easy enough. So should you choose. I think it's time for our break.
Yeah.
Let's take a full 15.
Yeah, sounds
back at
good.
10:15. Easy enough.
Okay.
I've paused the recording.
Actually, before you do,
Sure.
And all right. It is the next morning, unsurprisingly.
Unpaused?
I have unpaused.
Okay.
It is the next morning. Same place. Stew once again. Always stew. Stew, and also he's got like 2 eggs frying.
I was gonna say if you fry an egg, then it's
a couple little
breakfast
eggs. Breakfast stew. Yep. That's the plan. He will not interrupt you as he gets on with the day. He's already begun whittling a length of stone tree wood that he has gathered.
You work fast.
Oh, these are the beginning steps. It'll take a hot minute.
Ah.
More than a while. I had this one on hand, and it's just about the right size.
What are everyone's plans for the day?
More of the same, I suppose. Find something to research it. I have a few things I can look into.
Probably much of the same for me.
I wasn't able to find all that much yesterday, but maybe I can make a little more headway now that I have more time.
What did you research, Pashmina?
Well, to be honest with you, I, basically only found the texts I wanted to start looking into. Stuff to do with the Raven Queen, seeing as what her, general demeanor towards the undead is.
I suppose that's prudent.
So I'll be doing some more reading about her today, hopefully. I would say if you want to, you could, again, make an insight check on that, but that's up to you.
I think Kaison's nosy enough that he would.
You would take me up on that?
Yeah, I will. Kaison will take me up on that. It's good for you that he's not that good at it. Let's see. That's a 6. A 6.
Her deception does beat that.
Yep. Oh, Kaison believes you. Well, I hope you find something useful then.
Certainly
And you
let
didn't
know.
tell us about this champion stuff?
I have not yet.
Okay.
Nobody knows. I think Pashmina eats a little bit, but is mostly just getting up and going straight to the books that she had marked under the Raven Queen's
Makes
section.
sense. Sounds like a plan. What's everyone else up to?
Kaison wants to. He wants to go to the elemental section, Is there a primordial section specifically, or just elemental?
So section and subsection.
Yeah. All right. And he wants to see if he can look up the old wind.
Oh.
Alright. Sounds like a plan. Zeron and Loka, up to anything?
Nothing in particular, I'm gonna be so honest.
Sounds like a plan.
And left to his devices, Toshi will be doing what?
Following you.
Oh, I see.
Regardless of whether what you're doing is interesting or not.
He has a job to do, I
He
guess.
has a job to do. He'd prefer if your job was interesting. Or if his job was interesting. If you made his job interesting.
I think Loka would go. I think he gave up yesterday and he wants to try again. To find something about pirates, specifically himself, but also I think he might look up witches if he can.
Sure. Yeah,
Ooh.
absolutely.
That's, yeah. I thought about Jin,
Loka,
but I think
I was about to say,
Pashmina's-
notably locally in the elemental section is also like genies, Jin, Ifrit, etc.
Yeah.
Pashmina has been distracted by other things for the time being, but that was on my mind.
Would you sniff him?
Alright. So, Pashmina, reading about the Raven Queen.
Yes, please.
Anything in particular you're looking for?
some of it is just kind of reconfirming just like the general sort of like scriptures, like what is the general like belief system of those who do worship the Raven Queen for whatever reason.
Sure.
But then also everything that she talked about with Calcion, she just kind of wants to like reconfirm for herself.
Sure.
To see like how accurate that is to like, okay, people who go on this journey, like, is that really like the way to like the stuff about the Shadowfell, and gaining the kind of power that Calcion has, or are there like other examples of like, does this champion thing hold any weight? Basically.
Yeah. Makes sense. Go ahead and roll it for me. We're looking at like a spread between 10 and 20. 10, 15, 20 being major breakpoints.
Could I make an argument for religion?
Yeah, absolutely. You are studying religion, so yeah. Makes sense to me.
No. That was a 6 + 5.
So 11. Yeah, given the density of texts in this period of study, a lot of what Cassian says seems to be true. The Raven Queen is god of passages, as far as you can tell. Part of what makes it difficult to study her is it seems like the deity known as the Raven Queen has actually gone by like a variety of monikers over periods of time, because she does not have a very consistent following. There's also like some speculation as to whether or not the Raven Queen is a god. But that kind of gets into navel-gazy pontification about what is and is not a god, how do we define the divine, etc., etc. But the things that seem to be consistently true across the board are, has to do with death and the passage of death, has a history of agents trying to thwart undead happenings across the world, and has a distinct tie to the Shadowfell.
Then, given that understanding, I think she also wants to try and better understand the nature of the Shadowfell itself. Like, well, why the significance of the Shadowfell to her and her,
Followers.
Yeah,
Coven.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. If you'd like to investigate further, you may do so in the future.
Okay.
Shortly therein. Loka, we're looking for pirates.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me investigation.
Alright, let me switch over.
Excuse me.
Investigation.
That looks like a 20.
Oh, that does look like that is a 20.
19 plus 1? Or is that natural? 19
It was
plus
a
1.
19 plus 1.
It's
Either way, very good.
unnatural.
So, you're going through these, you're reading up on, you've definitively found the pirates section. Easy enough, checking through, reading through, lots of famed pirates across all the seas of Gaiul, not just of this area, not just of Kyla. There are even some like lake and river pirates mentioned in here. The problem you come across, unfortunately, is just that all of these books are too old. None of them exist within your lifetime. And while, honestly, given the books you are reading, I think it would actually be pretty reasonable that your caliber of pirate would have at least a mention. A lot of these books seem to be drilling down on some extremely minor pirates, all things considered. But the most recent publication date is some 40, 50 years past. Lots of cool flag designs to steal, though. Pirates are dead, they won't miss them.
Inspiration.
I keep on connecting and disconnecting, and I don't know what that's about.
Uh-oh.
So I missed pretty much all of that. I'm sorry.
The long and short of it is, a lot of these books are just too old. Meaning all of these books are just too old. If there had been a more recent publication, one of these books probably would have mentioned your crew in some capacity. But what is available does not have any mention of your particular pirates of the East Coast.
I see. Okay. Well, given that, I think Loco would then try and move on to, like, where he thinks the witches would be.
Yeah, for sure. Probably in, like, the wizard spellcastery section. Makes sense to me. Hey, son. What you looking for?
Primordials. The powerful primordials.
Let's do it.
Or at least. Is that a...
Investigation?
Or just normal? Investigation or with or without?
Just investigation.
Okay. Oh, oops.
Right into the cereal bowl.
Yeah. 18.
18. So there are in a myriad of texts speculation on these great primordial beings, those of various elements, relevantly the 8 elements, not just the 4 primary but the additional 4 sub-primary, but none by name. There is not record or history of, like, individual personalities or whatnot. Frankly, unfortunately, most of these texts don't really seem to ascribe a lot of personhood to most elementals or the great elementals, more as forces of nature, especially in the kind of mythic, poetic way that they're referring to them.
Well, that's a shame. And Hassan takes personal offense to that. Well, not personal. Well, that's a...
Second-hand offense.
Second-hand offense. Well, if that's not going to work out... am I supposed to just, like, above board, read that as a failure, or does that invite more possibilities if you look harder?
There's likely just not records of, like, the Great Wind as an individual. I think they have actually done a very good job of keeping themselves under wraps.
Good. Well, that's frustrating. Well, I guess in that case... Hassan will have to switch to looking for something else then. In that case, he's going to be looking for, amongst other primordials... Well, but I'm guessing that includes Jinn as well, that overall result.
Not necessarily.
In that case, Hassan will start looking for Jinn.
Sounds good. Alright, Peshmina.
And I think you know exactly what I'm looking for.
Presumably.
Yeah.
But I will ask you to spell it out.
Yeah, looking for Emra. Any evidence? Emra has many names, but looking for profiles that match.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Peshmina. Still digging? Also, Zeron, are you content to remain? If you have anything you want to do, please interject.
Honestly, they don't have a whole lot they want to really look for. It's, I guess, just reading deeper, other than just like, yeah, the only way to kill a lich is to just do X, Y, and Z. Like, it's... I think they are scouring, like, the undead section as much as they physically can. That it's more of a mess than when they got there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, books are just pulled from the shelves. It would be a nightmare for Hassan or Toshi if they looked over and just, like, saw the mess that they created.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, then how about before we go right back to Peshmina immediately, would you mind giving me another investigation roll?
Yeah, give me 1 second. That's a 16 on the die, plus 6, so 22.
22, very solid. Yeah, so you're pouring through. I think the things you find in this dig is the biggest ones being you've found all the instances you can of people like defeating liches. You pour a little bit through, you at least skim like the history of like Vecna and great liches and stuff like that, and there's this consistent takedown. It's usually by some heroic figure, whether that be just like whoever got to tell the narrative afterward, or in some other hero story. A lot of it is pretty parallel to how you remember Dragon Slaying Chronicles, honestly. Though these tend to be told from more of a historical standpoint and less of a like pseudo-fictional standpoint. But with a 22, in your cross-examination of all of these disparate individual stories, there is a repeated mention, frequently in passing, of the aid of some shadowy figure who is rarely named, and if named is given some kind of pseudonym. And when I say shadowy figure, I mean like a figure of shadow.
Yeah.
Appears to be frequently involved in these high-profile lich takedowns.
I gotcha. Okay.
Peshmina. Religion again, I assume?
I mean, maybe. She is looking more so now into the nature of the Shadowfell.
I'd say
which
that's
could be
still, it's cosmology.
still in the realm.
So I'd say that's probably still religion. I assume religion is cosmology. I think those are pretty similar.
Then I will roll religion. I beg. It's a 14 plus 5.
19. Pretty good.
Yep. Not too bad.
Quite good. The Shadowfell as a place is the opposite. Like the baseline things you find out pretty quick are, most people aren't as familiar with the Shadowfell as they are with the Feywild. And the Shadowfell is the opposite of the Feywild, whereas the Feywild is this place of constant motion and emotion, and eternity, and the violence and love and high-strung emotion. The Shadowfell dampens things and slows things. That it would be the crucible through which souls go on their way from one place to another, in a weird way, just kind of makes sense logistically. Things move slower and are slower in the Shadowfell than anywhere else. And if you think about the number of people who die every day in the world, not that time isn't different in like the upper planes or the lower planes, but the Shadowfell's just so much closer to the material plane in the cosmology, in the most popular cosmology of the world. Both the Feywild and the Shadowfell being these like out of phase, just slightly different alternate versions of the world. Seems like it's just easier for them to pass through there, be sorted in due time, and then sent on their way.
Okay. Is there anything about the relationship of like why then would these sort of agents of her be like what is it about traveling through the Shadowfell that then makes them capable of being her emissaries or her like worker bees?
It's more the other way around as far as you can tell. Instead of them being able to traverse the Shadowfell that makes them capable, it's that she makes them capable to traverse the Shadowfell.
Of traversing the Shadowfell. Okay.
Yeah. An ordinary person journeying into the Shadowfell does not return and does not make it to where they were going. Like 99%. We're talking like Orpheus and Eurydice. Like, you should not get out of here. And not in a like anyone is preventing you. Like the Shadowfell will just drain you into a husk.
Got it.
If the Feywild is everything, everywhere, all at once, and you feel all of it simultaneously, Shadowfell is the closest thing a mortal can experience to oblivion without dying. And not even, like, dying and being sent to heaven or hell, but oblivion of nothingness.
Okay. I think that scares Pashmina a little bit.
It's spooky. It's not a good place to be. I think kind of in your associated studies with the Raven Queen too, like, the popular conception meaning, like, so she's not worshipped very much. She's given a bunch of different names. There's also a lot of back and forth over history as to whether or not the Raven Queen is good.
Yeah.
Most scholars seem to agree that she's necessary, or at least someone to do the position is necessary in the royal hierarchy of deities. But, like, a lot of people don't generally like the Raven Queen. And part of that is because they are scared of her.
Is there like a technical term or like a way that they talk about the relationship between the Raven Queen and someone like Halcyon? Like, what is that considered?
The word used most frequently and like most neutrally is agent.
Agent. But it's not necessarily like implying that they are warlocks, clerics, something that she would understand as being like...
Right. Unfortunately, it seems purposefully obfuscated whether or not that is divine or arcane, and whether or not that is like worship, clerical emissaries, or pacted individuals. It is straight up and down the middle ambiguous. It could be a third different thing. Like, they may just, like, do it because they want to and get their powers elsewhere, or she might just be, like, a powerful wizard. Like, hard to say.
Sorry, could I ask one more question, I think? Does anything say... Are there any instances of someone, say, becoming an agent of the Raven Queen and then deciding that they didn't want to anymore? Like, is that just an endless thing that they are now bidden to do, or is there something more complicated to it?
There's no records you can find of people becoming agent, like, especially anyone bidding the word or bearing the word and title agent. That then does not. But there are many records of people just, like, loosely associated. Like, lots of, like, medicine, like medicine folks, various, like, funerary procession people. There are some clerics, some people who at least claim to be clerics.
So it's not as though that's the
champions
only
happen
way to be
every once in a while.
in
No,
service to her.
It just seems like the most devoted.
Gotcha.
Like, to the extent that, like, agents arguably seem to be more than clerics. Like,
right.
They gain a level of, like, supernatural being that would not be departed onto mortal, pacted, or clerical individuals. Like, arguably, it's closer to, like, devils or angels. Like, people who are arguably maybe even, like, constructs. things that are whose very being is changed as a result of their relationship to this entity.
Okay. I think that satisfies most of her concerns, then.
Good. Zeron,
Yes.
you rolled a 22. Do you have anything else you
did.
want to know about liches?
I need you to be entirely honest. I don't know what I'm looking for.
No,
It's really just whatever you want to give me, because at this point, I'm at a loss. I don't even know what else I should look
I mean,
up.
hey, does anyone else have any questions about liches? That is stuff that Zeron can find out.
Trying to think.
I guess we kind of know the signs of, like, what we should be looking for in terms of, like, facilities and then cloning stations / clones.
Yeah, I think you can get a good sense of, like, very much what that would look like. The big thing you're looking for is, like, sealed containers of liquid. Bogs are popular. Jars, like big cask-sized jars for humanoids. Have you ever seen those, like, big ceramic casks that are, like, sealed at the top from the earliest parts of Dark Souls? Those are extremely lich cask. Those are extremely clone cask. Pilled, vibed. But consider that, but sized for a dragon. It would probably be, like, to the extent of a full laboratory.
Okay, so I have if a small amount of table talk may be tolerated. I keep thinking about Hav's Wrath. I keep thinking about it. It keeps churning in my mind. I am so curious if that may have anything to do with anything.
Well, there's a certain...
Because if I was a lich, I would fucking...
No, you're so right. We know nothing about it, which is fair.
Well, that's another thing that maybe Pashmina should check out, or Zeron should check out.
Either or, anyone. I've given you basically all of the prepared knowledge about liches that I have.
That's fine.
I have a lot of thoughts about liches that I'm more than willing to divulge in and out of character. But the big things, what they are, how they regenerate, and how you could practically stop them, are a lot of what you've got. Maybe like one additional note in here is that by learning with liches and whatnot, especially on the note of like liches who are also necromancers, which is not always a crossover, weirdly, that there is a strong difference between the willfully undead and the unwillfully undead. Insofar as those who wish to become, to make themselves liches, undead, undying, etc., just have a way easier time maintaining corporeal form on the material plane than unwilling undead. Because unwilling undead need to be bound functionally. And frequently, if whoever enchants that willfully undead dies or has particularly focuses crushed, they usually need some kind of material components to maintain bound undead for long periods of time. Then the swaths of undead will simply become dead naturally again. It's part of the reason that like liches are such a linchpin of strategy. Like they have to work so hard to make themselves invulnerable, because if they don't, and they die, like, they're really poor
Just undoes
allies.
everything.
Like, if you kill a king, the kingdom just gets a new king, usually. If you kill a lich, all their armies fall dead. Yeah, that's about it. Let me know if you have further questions. All right. Isan Loka Peshmino, what are we studying?
Now, there are a couple of possible ways I could go here. I could just, I'm looking up Emra.
Looking up Emra? All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and make me an investigation.
24.
24.
24s today.
24 is quite good. So,
It's too big.
you don't get an Emra by name. However, there are myriad stories of Jinn and Ifrit who bind mortals with pact magic. This is just a very common occurrence. Kind of a combination of environmental conditions and just like convenient pairings. It seems like, yeah, historically this has happened many times. Is there anything in particular you'd like to know?
Well, looking for stories of ways people subverted those contracts.
Yeah. So,
If he can't find anything regarding Emra specifically, then he wants to look for ways to subvert contracts, yeah.
primarily, the note on pacts in particular is that Jinn bargains tend to be particularly difficult to get out of, especially in contrast to devils especially tend to put exit terms in their pacts with awful repercussions because they want the offending patrony to break them so that those ending points trigger. Jinn are mostly just really cruel and greedy about their pacts, it seems. And thus usually make them like inherently impossible or unfair to begin with. That said, most of them have the downside of just saying no, right? Like if you just refuse to participate, then that's kind of an ongoing I mean the patron can do whatever they want largely. But there is a note on when pacts are broken, when pact magic is broken, whenever there's like if a pactee is trying to or succeeds in breaking a pact, any threats to withdraw that magic and imbue consequences are frequently the speed at which a patron is able to do that is frequently overstated. The texts you read give the example of, while it's not strictly speaking the same, a cleric whose god has fully died will maintain their magic for a period of time. Pacted magicians will lose their magic faster than that, usually in a matter of, we're talking like hours, or maybe up to a day. But the threat of like, you'll have nothing and I'll kill you, if you simply refuse not to do this thing, is not as immediate or sudden as the threatening patron may make it seem.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
There's a particular note on betrayal and regicide needing to be done very quickly if the one who is trying to overthrow their patron intends to seize their power. which is more common with Jinn than other types of patrons, given that they're just elementals. They can be extremely powerful elementals occasionally, but they're not immortal, they're not divine, they're not, like, cosmic beings. They can just be fought like anyone else. The trick is binding them to a specific location or a place, but
And that
again, they have corporeal form, so it's not necessarily the most difficult. It is difficult. It is not simple.
and Emra has a habit of appearing and disappearing at will. So one would have to quite literally bind them to a location. Fuck. I mean, nothing plain or binding couldn't do, but you would, again, Emerald could easily save against that, and without their name, it wouldn't be as easy. And we can't get Emerald's name. Fuck. Okay. In that case... What else does Hassan have to look for? I suppose there's one more thing Hassan can look up, which is, what am I thinking of? I suppose the Song of Creation, if you can, but... He doesn't really know where that would be located. That would that be a theology or, again, a more elemental? Sorry, I'm thinking now.
You're good. Peshmina, Loka, looking for anything else?
Stuff on witches.
Yes. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of them. There sure are witches. Anything in particular?
Maybe stuff about Zafara Shade specifically.
I don't even know if Zafara Shade's been alive that long.
We don't know. That's what the books are for.
I guess, yeah, like Zavara Shade specifically, if I can, but also like how
Weaknesses?
to, yeah, like weaknesses, and also how to tell when you're fighting a straw double.
Yeah, trying to like see
Or,
through that
no.
illusion. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me investigation. I think for the second note, I'll give you survival.
Okay.
For trying to see, basically, like, how do you spot a witch doing a trick?
Oh, fucking 20
Nice.
on
Nice.
the investigation check.
Nice. On the investigation check.
And then on the investigation, only on the survival.
How much on the survival?
12.
12.
12.
All right. Awesome. Then, yeah, there is a folio of famous witches. I think written by famous witches. It's like a who's who of the witch community. And Zafara is in there, notably as just like in the title of Mind Witch. Very adept at getting people to make deals that aren't good for them, bending people's desires against them, really big into like tricking people into giving up their firstborn. That's how they got started. It was a whole deal.
God.
They were very good at it.
Classic
Witch. Loved to give people poison apples. It's a whole thing. Wasn't really into
Did she have a garden full of greens?
No, wasn't really into the like confectionery or herb witch stuff. Really just wanted to jam her consciousness into other people's brains. So like and became very mercenary about it. Went like, hey, you know what's great? Being a witch. You know what's better? Being a wealthy witch. And it turns out unscrupulous politicians, also known as politicians, are very interested in being able to literally know the thoughts of their opponents and or literally change the minds of their opponents and or voter base. So doesn't come cheap, but does work very well. Can either do things like very subtly or very destructively, depending on how she's being hired in particular. Is kind of apparently known as a larger asshole in the community, where it's like doesn't really like collaborating or participating. She's not really doing it for the fun of it anymore, really. She's not the kind of person that would help you, like, you know, burn down a village and like turn all of its children into apples and put them in your cupboard.
The art of witchery.
So, not well liked among the witch community, but is respected. Specializes deeply in mind magic. Has had a variety of acolytes over the years. Most of which get turned into small animals over time. Not really over time, kind of instantaneously whenever she gets frustrated or sad. So, anything you want to know in specific? I mean, on a nat 20,
know how long she's been alive?
Yeah, so hard to say. I think by this estimation, she's probably 150 to 200.
Okay.
Self-sustaining on you know, the blood of infants. So doing okay in all things considered, which is kind of faux pas by witch standards nowadays, really. There are just better, less... there are more ethical ways to keep yourself young forever. Again, not a very well-liked witch. I think, too, noted in this is basically your second question, the, like, how do you know if, like, the thing you're looking at is a fake or not, a straw fake or not? They recommend listening in particular, because apparently this is a trick she likes to pull very frequently, even on quote-unquote harmless pranks, like cutting your friend's ears off in the middle of the night. It's the sound. You listen for rustling. It's subtle, especially when frequently you are in a rush to deal with whatever's in front of you, but there is a telltale movement that is very difficult to mask even with high-level illusion magic. Also noted that most of those doubles can't be used from more than half a mile away. So even if they're not immediately close, they are maybe... They must be in the vague area.
Is it possible for me to tell whether or not she can do those and use, like, invisibility spells or other disguising spells on themselves while casting that particular magic?
Not simultaneously, but frequently immediately afterward. So, she can't be invisible and be channeling through a straw puppet. But, frequently, if the straw puppet is found out, she will then cast invisibility on herself. So if you can distract the puppet enough, you might be able to find her, and she won't be able to be invisible. It doesn't preclude her from doing things like, you know, hiding, but...
Right, yeah. But she can't do... There's no, like, fucky concentration stuff that
Correct.
She can do.
It's more of a ritual. It's not like something... You have to, like, prepare to do the straw projection.
Right, but casting through it is still your magic, right?
Yes.
Right, yeah, it's not coming from the straw itself.
Yes. That is correct.
Okay. Anything else I want to know about Zafara? Known enemies?
Now, the rest of the Wiccan, the rest of the covens, just not very happy with her in general. I think it notes specifically the new coven society of let's say Tanara. Just not very happy with her in general.
Does it list a name?
No, just the organization, unfortunately.
That might be the next thing that Loka does, is looks for that.
Gotcha. Yeah, then I think that is the only, like, known enemy listed here, at least.
Okay. Yeah, I think aside from that, I don't really have any further questions about her.
Alright. Any further research, Peshmina or Hassan, or are we doing alright? Also, let me know if you ever please reconvene at your convenience. You got sending stones, free to converse, obviously.
If you have nothing else, Hassan, I think it's at that point satisfied with her own findings.
Hassan has one more thing. Hassan does have one more thing he does. Which would actually just now be House Wrath, unless Zoran was planning on that. Or anyone else was planning on it.
Go for it.
Alright. I would happily look that up.
Yeah, give me an investigation.
Anyone want to assist me? Is that a bit too above board, Cole?
And I believe you're in a fully different section of the library as everyone else currently.
I was saying, unless you're asking for assistance, Peshmina has been.
What'd you get?
I mean, I got a nat 1.
All right.
Oh.
It's a mystery.
Fuck. Oh well. I guess that is all Hassan wanted to check.
Then at that point, over sending stones to everyone else, Peshmina says, sorry if I'm interrupting, but I think I've read all I can stand to read, and there's something I'd actually like to bring up with you all.
Alright then.
Of course.
Hassan we will reconvene then.
See you in a moment. We'll then reconvene at our reconvening place.
Mm-hmm.
Base.
The place where reconvening happens. Base, yeah, home base. And if everyone is present, she'll just get started. So, I have a possible lead for something that may be useful to us, though I have some mild concerns. I was doing some reading about the Raven Queen. It seems as though there She does indeed seem to have followers. People who could ostensibly be clerics or just, people who are mundane who beseech her, but there are also people like Halcyon, people who are considered agents of the Raven Queen, and that comes with a rather harrowing aspect to it.
Go on.
I'm also wondering how much someone like you, Heisan, may or may not want to be involved, considering the nature of your studies.
I would not rather be in her crosshairs, but if their assistance can be obtained towards our goal, then I have no how you say gripes with it.
This isn't exactly my place to say anything. Truly. Speaking as someone who has gained an amount of power from a quote-unquote higher being, I am not sure this is in our best interest.
I had wondered if you would object. The problem is I can't really confirm nor deny the nature of what any kind of entering into an agreement may look like. From what I can tell, it's not exactly the same, but it's also, I can't say that it's all that different either. I guess I hope you understand that regardless of the nature of it, our situations, my reasons are quite different from yours.
I know that. I am just urging caution. Everything comes at a price. I don't want you, and I don't want any of you, for that matter, to get into the same situation I found myself in.
I agree. I do agree. I've spent an inordinate amount of time doing and being in service to others.
Right. Well, okay, wait. I think perhaps I'm missing the point. Ashmina, so you're suggesting that you would enter a pact with the Raven Queen, correct?
I mean, potentially.
And
I guess...
how do we know she is receptive to this?
Because I spoke to Halcyon about it.
Okay. I was wondering where the feather went.
I'm sorry for doing so in secret. It's just... I was a little bit worried about... I had some things I wanted to get out of the way. I suppose if you wanted, we could speak again. All of us present. But, I guess I just wanted it to be clear that if that's what she is presenting, then I probably do intend to accept.
Are you sure?
If I may I suggest something?
You may suggest it?
We have only ever spoken to a Raven Queen's agent once, and well, besides Calcion. And one was entirely Shadow. And we also know of Calcion, and I suppose we don't know them to lie. If perhaps we should look into this a bit further on the effects of a normal person before we make any sudden decision.
From what Calcion told me, I would not necessarily need to go through what she went to become an agent. I have no desire to follow in her footsteps necessarily. She purports that there's a different path. Something not so, truly life-altering.
No, this is just a suggestion. I feel... This is just a suggestion, and feel free to reject it. When we were looking through Agents of the Raven Queen, I remember seeing one that was not at all like Calcion, nor like the one we encountered. One that was very still much flesh and blood, not made of shadows, not cloaked in shadows. Perhaps we could... Dream is a wonderful spell. Perhaps I could send you to them, and you could ask about them, or ask them about what that pertains to.
I don't know how I feel about being sent to the dream of a complete stranger. It was one thing with... Oh god, me, the human person, can't remember names. The name... Tanya. Oh god, okay, there it is. It was one thing with Tanya. I guess I appreciate your concern, but I feel odd about those methods.
Understandable. I will say, though, I will caution you as I caution Zeron. No matter, even if we are dealing with... Do you truly trust Calcion to have your best interests in heart at this juncture?
I can, at the very least, I can't think of a single reason why she would lie to or otherwise manipulate me.
Then I'll leave it to your judgment, but just be warned. You never know what these kinds of bargains and exchanges, or I suppose promises of employment or some form of servitude will bring you.
Only one way to find out, really. Should I summon her now, or...
Go for it.
If that is what you want. Although, if you do so now, I hope you do not mind if I step out.
I would as well.
Oh. Would you... I could speak with her in private once more, if you have no wish to speak with her.
I'd like to.
It's more I do not wish to witness. Just for my own sanity.
You say you spoke with her. Do they know I am what I study?
She looks a little shamefaced at that. It was one of my concerns. She says, in the grand scheme of things, it's minuscule. Not of her nor the Raven Queen's concern.
Then I suppose I can observe. Though I would have wished you had consulted me before revealing such information to them.
I'm sorry.
You are forgiven, and there's no point undoing what's already been done. Do what you will.
Kind of looks to Zeron, is holding the feather at the ready, giving Zeron a chance to leave. What is happening right now?
That is not me.
No.
I did not know that.
Are you heading out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna be my brain is fried right now. Yeah, no, they're gonna head on out. They're, I think, just gonna get back to the dole and just get back up to all the books. I think they're pulling out even more on specific types of dragons, trying to go more into now just the draconic side than the lichdom side.
Yeah. For sure.
And just going through there.
Once Zeron is gone, she will draw a single line.
Calcion walks through the veil once again. It's kind of addresses you all. Just more of what I expected. Good to see all of you, I suppose. I hope you're well. Toshi just kind of into the corner.
So, I think it's reasonable to say that everyone has questions, concerns, but is at least interested in what you might have to say.
Good. Well, per our conversation last night, I did a little digging. just on how we might be able to help your, conquest is probably too fine a word for it, isn't it? Quest? Quest? Is that a good one? We'll go with quest.
Accurate enough.
But, I have an artifact you can recover, if you'd be interested in doing so. Something that, was left on this plains continent, even, some time ago, that I think would be, very beneficial to the lot of you. And I've been approved, by the Queen, though somewhat indirectly, for an amount of training, should you be interested in being taught how to more effectively combat the undead.
I'm interested.
Sound good? And in exchange, obviously, on this is intended for your campaign against this dreaded lich. We would appreciate it, and rather, per terms, have the artifact returned after you so. We'd acquire it from its current resting place, is the request of you, and then you may use it in your quest, and then afterward return it.
Could I ask for a little more specifics about maybe the nature of this artifact, where it's believed to be located?
So, I hope you'd be familiar with the accoutrement of royalty. Obviously, my liege is a queen. Her scepter, she bequeathed it to a group a very, very long time ago. And it's become something of the center of their being for right now. It's been implanted, it's been a bit of an artifact in their worship for some time. But they've been given enough time, and their time is over. They've had it for long enough. And my liege desires to repossess it.
So we would be retrieving this from someone, not just somewhere.
Correct.
And possibly be met with resistance, too.
Somewhat. I'd be surprised if there's much left, honestly.
Vague and worrying?
Well, it was a rare moment of empathetic weakness for the Queen. A young civilization of peoples out in the wastes lived such short, hard lives. Could hardly pass any knowledge between them. They lived to die so young, so they bade my queen for more time, for all the time they could have in life and undeath, in order to help better themselves and the world. And in that plea, my queen took pity and gave them this artifact, which allowed them to forego death for quite a while. It's been some millennia now. And it's their time. Many of them have since crumbled away, practically. But some yet stand in various states of denial or service or desire, and Unfortunately, the artifact has more purpose now with you.
So you ask us to. So you ask us to assault this civilization and murder its last few inhabitants?
It's very harsh. Not assault by any means. Please, by all means, go speak with them, discuss. If you should find the task so distasteful, we simply do not. That's fine. You are under no obligation. We're just trying to help each other out a little bit here. Would you be familiar with such a location as Hav's Wrath? In the Phasia?
Intimately.
Yeah, Pashmina just, like, pinches the bridge of her nose. Just like, of course, of course, of course.
Easily done, then.
So easy.
Easily found, at least, then.
We'll consider it, I imagine.
I hope so.
No promises.
And for the training, simply call upon me when you should need it. Some amount of martial training, a little bit of magical training, though it's not very much. The gifts I have to impart in that regard are largely technique.
So no contracts spoken or otherwise written, no.
Oh no! If you all would love to be champions of the Raven Queen, please by all means bear the name. But between you and me, we appreciate your efforts, but you're deniable assets.
Ah. Fair enough.
The other deities do not like how much the Raven Queen meddles directly in the matters of the material. Her gifts will be withheld for the time being, unless you should so pursue them or impress her in a way that defies expectation. Which, hey, strive for if you desire it, but...
But just to be clear, what you're offering is simply... just... truly... just...
practice
exercises?
Learning functionally. They might be a bit odd, but... proper form, you can send the soul straight out of the body. No tricks, just technique.
I have to say, I'm actually pleasantly surprised.
So is this scepter like a scepter? Is it like a trident?
Physical. This stand up and down scepter. It was back from when my queen had somewhat different of a visage. It's largely an assemblage of carved bone with an orb embedded at the end. Big black sphere, dark bone carved with white runes. Easy to spot, guaranteed.
So it's a fancy stick.
Correct.
Okay.
As are most things, honestly.
Honestly, kind of fair. Is there a... I mean, how soon can this training start?
I think we'd probably want a little more room. But beyond that, like I said, call on me.
I think she won't look back to Heisan, but will, over sending, be like, I'll be honest, I'm not getting any signals that this is... I only see upsides from this.
I have reservations about her request, but I suppose it's not. But I will not stop you.
Then she shrugs and says, if space is the only problem, there's plenty above.
Then let's
Plenty
away.
More. And plenty more in the desert.
Plenty of room in the desert. This is true. Then in that case, we can be on our way. We can begin as soon as you want.
Ashmina picks up her stuff. Next thing she's getting ready to go.
All right.
Can I go with?
Absolutely. Calcion's here to give you cool training. Unless anyone has something urgent, I think that's actually where I want to call it for today.
I do. I have one thing I think I say as we're going up, which is, you know, there's a kind of... It's interesting how things turn out, that I would spend a majority of my life training under Beloar, and now, posthumously, I would be training under his, former associate, other half.
I dislike this irony.
How long will this take?
The training? The first session, a few hours. Just get us started on the right path. Running through some forms.
Is Zarash here, by the way?
Yeah, he's just hanging out in the room.
In the meantime...
I think he looks he's been kind of dumbfounded through most of this conversation.
Zarash?
Yeah.
Our time together has been very enjoyable. If you could do us one last favor, I would like you to trap live a small animal. No.
Easy enough.
We will need it to go. We will need it to go home.
Oh God.
Sure. Oh, did you want to investigate for the teleportation circle in the entryway?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Of course.
If you look for it, it's there. Like, it is just there. It's just under a layer of dust and debris.
Okay, add it to the list.
You may do so. It's even built out in the thing. It's right here.
Oh, that's what all that glowy stuff was.
It's just a little hidden. Oh,
Oh, which side? Wait.
there we go.
Which side is the? I see it. It's in the first chamber, right?
The antechamber, yeah.
I was wondering about that circle. I was like, that circle seems weirdly conspicuous to me.
I wonder what it is. Weird. What could it possibly be?
Oh, but we'll need to get Millie into it, of course.
For sure.
Oh God, the girls. Yep. Let's, please, for the love of God, let's not leave the girls in Brodor.
But yeah, can discuss your plans in the future as Calcion gives Loka and Peshmina some deathly combat training.
Yeah.
So to talk about what you won't be able to access this immediately.
Yeah.
But over a few trainings, Pashmina, you'll be able to take alternative feats to what you have currently from the Way of the Long Death subclass.
Yes.
If you would like to. And Loka, if you would like to. You may take alternative class features from the Path of the Zealot or Berserker, if you are interested in doing so.
I will look into that.
We can definitely discuss what that means later, too. Because I think it'll have to be pretty funky when it comes to, like, actually making it matter on your character sheet.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably.
It may be a thing you just have to remember if you want to.
Sure.
But, yeah, feel free. Also, like, I'm not super limited about it if you've got specific other class features you really want to take. But if they're appropriately, like, spooky, brutal, or murdery, totally works.
Oh, Path of the Ancestral Guardian, then.
Oh, yeah?
Like,
That's
the
pretty
one
cool. Ghosts.
Yeah.
And I feel like those abilities are really based on that core one, though.
Yeah.
So it'd be hard to take, like, just the 6th level one or something like that. Anyway. Thank you all for playing D&D with me today.
Of course.
Always stoked,
Pretty good.
always happy. I still love this Calcion mini. I'm very happy with it.
So good.
It's very good minis.
She is cool. I like Calcion.
I also like Calcium.
All right. 5-hour session. Yep. Welcome. Thank you. All right. Stars and Warshes. Let's go left to right. And no.
Wow. Stars, thank you for letting me do so much. I had so much of that planned for so fucking long.
I wish I knew about more of it. I hope. No, I don't actually. Don't tell me your plans ahead of time. That much. But I was just like, for the last, since the monastery, it's been like, when are they going to talk to Calcion? Is that going to happen, and under what circumstances? And I was not expecting it to just be like, yep, time to sneak out and have my one-on-one with Calcion, finally. It's just like, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I thought I had mentioned something about it to you, but now,
Potentially.
looking back, I have no fucking idea. We had talked about the potential of expanding Pashmina's class, basically.
Yeah, we talked about some character stuff.
So I thank you for working with me on that.
Of course.
And I thank everyone for giving me the time and space to do all of that.
No problem.
Man, I don't. Good session for just God. That was okay. I love information. I'm glad I'm awake enough to absorb most of that information. Hopefully, I can help keep track of all of that fucking information. Because holy shit.
It was hot, yeah.
You did kind of just get D&D Google for a little bit.
Yeah.
Lore Google for a little while.
I didn't mean to necessarily, like, indulge in, like, Pashmina specific stuff right away, but it just sort of, I was just like, while I'm doing this, we'll see if anything turns up. And I knew that you did have stuff. I had no idea what the stuff was or what it would take, like, so I genuinely was very surprised by how much you had about tieflings and tiefling lore.
I have had that lore tidbit since you had gave me your character concept visual, I think.
Jeez.
I have a few little tidbits of that for, like, everyone. Like, I got shit about Emra, I got shit about the Archive, I've got shit about Loka, I got shit about... That was my shit about Pashmina, which is just, like, on character concept. It's just like, yep, I've decided a fact about the world because of this.
It's a very interesting fact that I don't think I was expecting for that to result in such conflicted feelings because I had no idea what to expect. That definitely resulted in some way more conflicted feelings than I ever could have imagined. That's a lot. Just thank you for all the stuff to work that there is to work with now. Wishes. Man, okay. So now that we've had the one hell of an info dump session, I don't know how much more we can glean here. I think we've kind of wrung this place more or less dry at this point. So now I'm just curious what is the next thing that happens to and with our party? Because now it suddenly feels like there's a lot of different options where we were super not sure before. I'm excited to play some stuff out.
Something to think about, talk about.
I'm done.
All right. Caroline, stars and wishes.
Yeah. Stars, again, very lore, like, info heavy session, which was information that we all very much needed. It's helped give us a lot of insight on a lot of things overall, not even about like our goals, but like some character things like interspersed between, which is awesome. Star, my star, not Zeron's star, is new funny necromancer spell for Heisan, haha.
Yeah.
That's, oh boy.
You got 3,000 gold?
Yeah, you know what? We have some of that. I'm sure you can convince Bayhu to give up a bit of their hoard. I'm sure you can convince them.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining that conversation, just like, hey, you know that book I said I would read? Just, you know, just like for Can I have 3,000 gold to clone myself?
Gold? Please.
Can I
would like to live.
Can I have
would like to
3,000
live
gold, and also
please.
can you help me carve a chunk of flesh out of myself so I can clone myself? Thanks.
Please.
Please. Please. Please. Please.
Yeah.
I have such a little lifespan. I don't want to die yet.
Mm-hmm. So,
God.
I think it's very funny, but it's also like entirely disturbing. Where it's just like we're watching this rabbit hole happen, and it just keeps getting faster, and it keeps getting deeper. And I don't know how deep this hole is gonna get for Heisan, and I kind of love that. Star, I'm so glad that there are now deals going on with Calcion and maybe potentially the Raven Queen, which is exactly what Zeron does not want to happen. So, oh boy, this is gonna be so much fun playing him for the next few sessions. Can't wait. Oh boy, I'm excited. Also, Star, this fucking board.
I meant to.
As soon as I fucking saw it.
I got credits
oh my
for
God.
this board. So I had to make it smaller. Initially, like this is
like
less
have you
than
zoomed out for the
half
recording?
of
Like,
its
zoom
initial
out
length.
for the recording, because holy
it's-
crap, is it huge?
So it's enormous.
Insane.
Like this is legitimately less than half of its original length.
Holy moly!
So this is the Infinite Library.
God.
Fuck yeah!
So there's a fun bit. So it functions fairly similarly. I think the encounter as described is it fills with water. Like over time while you're doing stuff in it, which is pretty cool. It was made as part of writing an article for the MCDM website, which is pretty cool. Let me quick get
Right, you
the
were telling me
name
about that.
of the builder.
Who's just looking at this as soon as we got in.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Super intricate.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
So this is The Infinite Library by Travis B. on Tales Tavern.
I sent this to my Curse of Strahd group, and I'm like, I just need to scream for a second, because oh my fucking god. And they all just went, why don't we use Tailspire for our campaign?
Correct. That's the correct thing to ask.
Money.
Because I actually was doing some experiments on building my own board for this in particular. And eventually went just like, I'm gonna do a quick search. I'm gonna just like see what's around, and I saw this and I was just like,
So,
yeah, okay.
Side note for people who, for all of us, but also, like, for anyone who may in fact be listening, Tailspire is free for non-GMs now. Like, you do not have to pay to have a seat in Tailspire if you are not GMing. Like, if you're not using the tools to build.
So nice, actually.
If you are just playing, you can play for free.
Yeah.
So they're
Just people complained about it enough, so they finally implemented it.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
If you want to build in it, yes, you'll have to. But
makes it a lot more accessible for a lot more people.
Makes it a lot more accessible to a lot more players. And
it's so good. It's so good.
It's so damn good.
And
it's
Tales
only
Tavern,
getting better every single update.
Tales Tavern in particular helps make it so good.
Mm-hmm. It's, oh my god, I love this program so much. It's so good. But okay. Yeah, those are my stars for sure. Some very good one-liners from everyone today. Always love that. My wishes. I am on hour 10 of D&D today. I've been so fried since we've started.
Bless.
I'm going to be entirely honest with every single one of you. I need to re-listen to this session because I don't remember 90% of it.
That's okay.
I am so tired.
Hang in there, Tiger.
Thanks for hanging. Thanks for participating. Regardless, one of my wishes is actually just that I had more for you specifically to do. But it is okay to be a passenger every once in a while.
It's one of those yes, absolutely would love that. Today was not that day. It was a very heavy session for my character in Curse of Strahd today. Like really fucking heavy. And just coming into this where it's just lore heavy and I'm like, oh, my brain can only handle so fucking much. I'm just dead. I mentally checked out so long ago, but I'm here. I will be better next session. I will be much better next session.
Hey, next session you can yell at everyone for making a pact with the Raven Queen without talking to you about it.
Trust me. There is probably going to be a talk. A talk.
One-day training.
About something like that next session because I cannot state enough how disappointed he is.
Amazing.
Negative social points for that.
Zaron disapproves.
It's very much that at the top of the screen.
My girlfriend made a deal with the Raven Queen. I mean, what the hell, man? She didn't even ask me.
It's Cheaps all over again.
It's really just Cheaps again. It's really just Cheaps again.
So the artifact's a painting, and it's in the middle of Havzra. It just needs you to get a very specific painting.
No, not the painting again. I'm still traumatized.
I will never forget that. It's for as long as I live.
I'm so I re-listened to that session, and like. It is wild how much that got y'all, and I'm stoked about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Literally screaming.
Yep.
What a time.
Oh, wait, right, the painting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It fucking tried to get Cheaps.
I
don't know how you
I don't know. I thought it was a set. Oh, wait, what?
We were joking that it could have been a painting and not a scepter. We are, in fact, it is a scepter, but...
I think I'm very tired. I might have missed that.
No, you're so fine.
Sounds like everybody's very
tired.
It
is 11:59. We've been playing for over 5 hours.
Yeah. But, wishes... I want a good bow, man. If I'm gonna not be using magic for a bit, because I'm purposely crippling my character by doing so... I need something good.
I mean, if you can be the delivery system for an arrow of slaying, that might be very useful.
Because fucking God, I'm crippling myself by not using magic.
Hey, if you want to have a conversation at some point, let me know.
I low-key maybe, because I love this idea. I love the idea of not using magic because they're physically scared to do so now, which totally makes sense for the character. However, I then go from a minimum of like 3d10 damage to a maximum of like 1d6.
Yeah. I kind of love that narratively. I love that you are hamstringing yourself so hard right now.
So
it's really interesting
your girlfriend
to me.
asked you nicely.
But the thing, it's like, it is half that. The other half is they are petrified at the idea of completely losing themselves.
Yeah. Regardless
So,
of how close they
yeah.
may be to that.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Just the fact that whatever, I don't even remember his name. That's the best part. The
Gillester Silvermane?
Previous. Yes, Gillester Silvermane. The fact that even he's like, damn, you're already this far gone and it's only been this amount of time, petrified him.
Good.
Absolutely petrified.
Get
Theron.
scared. Warlock's scared straight.
Yeah, no, quite literally that. Just, he's like, no, I'm good. I'm alright. So,
Fuck Gillester Silvermane, man.
no, absolutely, fuck that guy.
I love
but
Gillester
hey.
Silvermane. So fun to play.
I'm
Playing
sure.
an ex-warlock is such an interesting, like, headspace to be in.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, yeah, I get it. But, yeah, those are my wishes.
Whoa.
I might talk to you later about that. Absolutely not tonight, because,
Yes.
haha.
Yeah.
I might send a message just so I don't forget, because I know I will.
Sure.
And I work for the next 6 days straight.
Whee! Gross.
Alright, GM.
Wow, it's me. Stars, this board. Thanks again to
Good shit,
Travis
good
G. Yeah, this board rules. I am always enthused when I don't have to build something myself. Very rarely has a build so fit what I already wanted. I think this is the one that has gotten the close to like, oh, I wonder if there's like a cool library board. Like a cool underground library board. That would be really nice. And they just had it. I didn't have to modify it very much. It was great. I'm very happy about that. Leaves me more room to make some kind of enormous, terrible dungeon. Yeah, it was great. Just all the dialogue. I'm sitting here on my, like, 70 pages of planning and lore and character sheet. Like, I love lore. Lore is my favorite. Any excuse I can give to just basically go, especially at this point in the campaign, just be like, hey, what do you want to know? What's on your mind? What would be useful to you right now? Awesome. Let's talk about it. Allow me to deliver lore to you directly. Unfettered by the constraints of character. Although it's fun to still frame it. Like, it's fun for the ways you get information to still have, like, authors and perspectives and such. So, I just had a lot of fun info dumping at you about my D&D campaign as a session. And I really enjoyed playing Zaraj. Zaraj is just a chill guy for the most part when he's not being incredibly violent. And I think that is fun and interesting. Also fun to play Calcion. I just had a good time. It was very long. I am also tired. Yeah. Wishes. I do wish I had a little more for everyone to do, but we did not have any problem filling the time. So I'm not too worried about it. Other wishes are just, I'm looking forward to see what I'm really hoping for a scene, maybe a long or short next session that is very much the like, okay, what are we actually doing? What is the plan?
Yeah.
And especially now that y'all have like teleportation circles all over, like you can talk to, plead with, bargain with kind of whoever. right now, because of the way you've got a lot of stuff set up, which is kind of neat. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the plan. Did we actually send a message to Astior about...
it was on my list of things to do, but I did not necessarily, like, act that out in-game.
Would you be willing to handwave that?
Yes.
Insofar as, like, to say, we have asked Astior to try and identify where this pit may be. Where this clone laboratory may be, if that is within his power.
I was gonna say, it's probably worded like, we don't know how possible this is, we just want to figure out, like, can you figure out a way to find these?
if there's anyone who can do it.
Yeah.
It'll probably be the divination wizard. Alright. Matt. Stories and wishes.
This was such a fun session. Excuse me. Both just because of, like, all of the lore that we got and how much of it was so fucking fascinating, and also just the character interactions that I had. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad Eli got the tome for Hisan. There we go. Remembering character names.
Additional tome.
I'm curious if there is a price that will be paid that is not yet known. Other stars. Oh yeah, the board. The board reminded me of the library in Endwalker, which I thought was kind of cool. As well as just looking really
you're
cool.
right.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what else? I don't know. Good info dump. Very, very fun info dump.
Yay.
Wishes. I also want to know, like, what is going to happen next. Like, what are we going to do? Who are we going to enlist? Because I know Loka is thinking, like, oh, we just get everybody involved that we can to go do the less dangerous stuff, and then we just do the big bad, you know? But I also like the idea of rolling up on it with fucking Feihu at our backs, you know what I mean? And the other thing that I had the thought too is, like, oh, the end of this campaign is literally going to be a dungeon and a dragon. And I really liked that a lot.
What? Who could have planned something like that?
And I don't remember. I mean, it's just good. 5 stars. 5 stars session for me.
It's very kind of you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And maybe it's probably just because I'm with puppies that I'm so enthused.
D&D is better with puppies, it turns out.
It's true. Also, I'm excited to pick out a new power, even though I don't know what I want yet.
Yeah. Feet chopping.
Yes. Yeah, Eli.
Let's see. Stars, new tome. I like a new tome. And that specifically, and I also want to read through the first one, dude. I'll have to read through the first one next session just to see what it's like, because you said there was.
Yep.
Jason also found the first in the series.
This is true.
It will be an interesting compare and contrast. I'm interested to see how that is reflected in Toshi's mental health review, if it is at all. I don't know if Toshi took a note on that.
I think I would be surprised if Toshi was taking notes at all right now. Toshi's extremely enthused about his environment currently.
Yes. Library. Star. Being able to... Thank you for doing a library nerd out with Toshi. That was fun. That was very fun. Again, amazing freaking board. This is the kind of thing I want to do. Cole, you remember when I sent you like those archive boards I was making? Well, that's kind of what I wanted to make, like a seemingly infinite horizon to horizon library with the archive. And this just captured it perfectly. This is an amazing map. The freaking... Also just the way it operates, the teleportation, it is wonderfully designed and built out. I love it very much. The person and the way he just exudes Ignat's personality, the way his sort of very specific megalomania.
Yeah.
In regards to the way in what he values, especially in knowledge, like he is obviously not as interested in the idea of saving a text except for maybe in the way that he can understand it, and in the way that he glorifies his own section the most in that way.
Yeah. I don't know if you all have had the experience of going to like someone else's house and looking at their bookshelves and trying to like glean an organizational system from it. But that is very much what inspired like a lot of this location.
No,
it was just like how much can you tell about a person by the way they just arrange stuff?
No, there's just a lot of personality in the way that was presented, and that is very inspiring to me. And how I should try and go about, or maybe how I should go about trying to think about the archive.
Hell yeah.
I did love Toshi and Heisan nerding out about the teleportation systems. Like, we need this. We need this.
Yeah, wish it. Let's see. Stars again, all the freaking lore. Too much lore, so much lore. Hav's Wrath. We have a reason to go back. And that actually plays into wishes. The quest given is something that Heisan hates. Because this plays too much into his own anxieties. Again, so if he's essentially been asked to, oh yeah, go ahead, it's time for these people to die, and all Heisan is to think is, what makes you the person who gets to decide that? You're asking us to go in. How do you go up to a person and say, hey, it's time for you to pass on, when Heisan would definitely not do that, would never consider doing that even to himself. When he himself is not even at peace with his own mortality, how can he possibly... What's the word? Deprive someone else of their mortality in such a violent manner. This is not in self-defense. This is an active aggression, and this is him coming to take something. And he doesn't like the idea of being party to that. And this is just coupled with the fact that he already knows he wants to go to this location anyway. Because it probably has stuff that he's looking for. So he's not happy at all about the circumstances which he's going and what it might happen. And who knows, Heisan may piss off the Raven Queen more if he decides to just like completely get in the way and make sure it stays there. Which he might end up doing depending on how he feels. Other wishes. So yeah, I am looking forward to that, especially how that affects Heisan and how that affects everyone else. Other wishes, I'm interested into the, I guess, final encounter planning, in a sense. Like I'm interested to see how this is going to culminate into essentially a final dungeon, final because it feels like that's where we're starting to now really actually build to. Although we definitely have, what's the word, bits to actually build up to. We have tasks to complete. We need to find the clone factories. We have to actually find. There's more we need to learn anyway. I only hope that we don't get bogged down in it, like how we kind of got bogged down at the end of the Kyla campaign. I hope we can keep up that momentum, in a sense.
I can do my best to keep it moving.
Yeah.
And also agree.
I know that's a lot to ask, sorry.
No, hey. We learn. We learn from
On
the
all of
past
us.
and we continue.
Other wishes.
We all work together.
Hassan wants to talk to Tothran Delay again.
Oh yeah.
And is actively considering just casting Dream on, well, Hassan, the idea of casting Dream is always at the back of Hassan's head. It's like, I have this wonderful tool at my disposal, I can use it, why aren't I using it? He kind of wants to use it on Zafara's Shade to try and start just like making her life miserable if she's going to be actively trying to dispose of all of them.
Oh, I hate this.
Like, hey, you don't want to let us sleep, I won't let you sleep. Literally. But also, and yeah, Hassan is also considered briefly, after the whole incident with Celestia Silvermane, just casting Dream on Emra, like, although that didn't, they have to be on the same plane of existence for that to work. It's probably never going to work. But Hassan wants to annoy Emra. Hassan wants to get one over on Emra somehow. I don't know. He feels involved at this point. But either way, I'm sure I have other things I can think of, but that's what I'm thinking for now.
Hell yeah. And with that is the end of our evening. I should hope so. I should hope it's the end of our evening. Looks at clock.
Strap in, motherfuckers.
4 more hours. 4 more hours.
Be up in 10 hours
All right.
for work.
Then let's let you go.
Go bed.
Go bed. Love y'all.
Good night, everyone.
Play again soon,
Night,
hopefully.
night.
Bye.
Everyone.
See ya.
Night, night.